Hi, everybody. Good evening from here. Please confirm you can hear me, please. Hello. Good evening, everybody. All right. Thank you very much. So, good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to have you here tonight. My name is Priscilla, and I'll be your host for today. So, I can see the yes in the chat. I absolutely love the reactions. So, thank you very much, everybody. Welcome to our first series of our first edition of the tech series for this month. It's a pleasure to have you all here tonight. So before we get started, I'd like to feel a pulse of the house, right? I'm Priscilla and I'm joining in from Nigeria. So if you don't mind, you could just leave your name and also where you're joining in from. So let's go. Look, Rosaline from Lagos, you're welcome. Let's keep it common, just your name and also your location. Tolulope from Sweden, Dubai, Zima, UK, Kenya, Nigeria, Sandra from Ghana. So this is absolutely fantastic. And this is why I love sessions like this. You get to meet people from different locations and then you share knowledge with them. So welcome everybody to tonight's session, and I'll be sharing my screen right away to introduce the session for tonight. But before then, if you're just joining us for the first time, I'd also like to, give you a thumbs up. So if you're joining us for the first time, you could leave a 1 in the chat. So if you're a first timer and this is your first time of joining a Analytics session, just leave a 1. This is fantastic. So we have a lot of people that are joining in for the first time, and I'm so excited and super delighted to be your host for tonight. So I'll be sharing my screen right away, and if you can see my screen, you could just go ahead to let me know that you can see my screen. All right, so can everybody see my screen? Check in the chat. All right, so thank you very much. Okay, so tonight, our first tech series is hinged on getting started in tech with or without any experience. So this is all we'll be doing tonight. If this is your first time of hearing anything about tech series or getting started in tech, not to worry, we are here to give you a soft landing and we are here to help you navigate your journey in tech. If you also know what tech is and you've been in this space or you are also willing to upskill, this is why we are here tonight. So this session is brought to you by Tanalytics, as you already know, and I'd like to give a brief introduction of what we do at Tanalytics. So Tanalytics is an educational technology company, and we help Africans and people of the Black community transition into tech by lowering the entry barrier into tech. So this is our sole focus, as well as what we pride ourselves in. We help Africans and people of the Black community transition into tech by lowering the entry barrier into tech, right? So our service offerings are aimed at building capacity and understanding across different tech fields, right? Including data analytics, business analysis, data engineering, data science, financial analytics, HR analytics, power platform engineering, and the entire data ecosystem. So we are able to help Africans get into tech, and we're also able to lower the barrier entry into tech by ensuring that we have top professionals, right? Top professionals that are able to structure your learning curve, right? And also take you through the beginning of your journey up until the end. Now, these facilitators are top professionals, like I mentioned, and they are from diverse sectors and reputable organizations like Apple, Microsoft, McKinsey and Company, Amazon, and the likes. Our courses are also structured in a way that makes it practical and ensures that you get optimal value. So this is a brief introduction of what we do at Tanalytics, and we'll get into the session right away. And I don't know if you know, but this session, the facilitators for this session will be the founder and the co-founder of Tanalytics. So we have Adeza Suleiman here, and we also have Efemena Hipper. Hi, Adeza, good evening. Hello, Adeza, can you hear me? Oh, okay.
All right, thank you very much, Priscilla. I was trying to unmute myself.
All right, good to have you here, Adeza.
Thanks for that fantastic introduction. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure being here today. Good evening, everyone. Oluwa, Shanu, good to have you on the call today. So I'm just going to spotlight for everyone so you can all see me. It's a pleasure to have over 500 people, and we're expecting a whole lot more people to join us today from across the globe. And I've seen that we have people joining all the way from Zimbabwe, from Ghana, from the US, from the UK, and so many other regions across the globe, Cape Town, South Africa, and that's fantastic. And just like Priscilla has mentioned today, the focus for us is to look at getting Africans, people of the Black community, into tech. And for us at Tenalytics, we've been doing this for the past 3 years and helping over 1,000 people over the space of 3 years to land their first jobs in tech. And this is simply moving from the classroom into the tech, getting their first jobs in the tech ecosystem. So how do you dive into tech? How do you get your first job in tech? And that's the focus for our session today. And I'm sure you can all hear me clearly. I'll be sharing my slides and I'll walk you through a bit of the nuances that you'd find within the tech ecosystem. What are the key factors that have hindered so many people from getting into the space as well, from our own interaction and experience across various regions. I also have the co-founder, Efemena, who is also on the call with me, and together we'll be showing you how to get into tech in the year 2023. So I'll just go ahead and share my slide, and then we'll dive into the main meat of our session today. Okay, so please just let me know if you can all see my screen. Priscilla, can you confirm that you can see my slide?
Yes, I can see your screen.
All right, fantastic. So just before we go on, I'll just quickly do a brief introduction, and then Efemena would also come in to introduce himself before we move into the main meat of our session today. My name is Adeza Suleiman, the founder of Tenalytics. I'm a data analytics expert, and I've worked across different sectors. My aim and focus as a professional is on helping companies and organizations make data-driven decisions. I've worked from the financial services sector, working with one of the largest professional services firm, FITC, owned by the Bankers Committee, the Central Bank of Nigeria, and the NDIC, and all the commercial banks in the country. I moved from financial services to energy, where I worked with Sahara Power Group to help them understand how to take data-driven decisions to get the business from where they were to, of course, exponential growth within the energy space. When I moved to the UK, I worked as a data science consultant for so many companies in the UK and also in the US, working as a contractor. Apart from energy and financial services, I've also worked in the sports sector. I've worked in automobile here in the UK, and I've also worked in educational technology. Now, like I mentioned earlier, the focus for us is, while I was making the transition, it was very difficult to move from somebody who knew nothing about tech, somebody who knew nothing about data. My first degree was in industrial chemistry, but then I made the transition eventually, but it took a lot of time. And reasons why it took so long are the reasons we set up Tenalytics, myself and Efemena, to ensure that we help so many other people navigate those pitfalls and loopholes that could make it very difficult to make the switch. And number one is mentorship, right? Mentorship is a critical part of making the switch, because the technical skill can really be gotten from anywhere. So apart from the technical skills, what else do you need to move into the tech ecosystem? So we'll be sharing that with you today. The whole essence of this session is to create the awareness and open your eyes to so many opportunities available. We've seen so many people across different regions, from the UK to Canada. They move to these countries for their masters, for their PhD, and you find Africans, you find Nigerians, you find the Ghanaians, you find so many people of the Black community doing the menial jobs, all right? And that's simply because a whole lot of people believe that this person got, a skilled worker visa or a health care visa doing a particular type of job, and that's the only way to go. But there are so many other opportunities available, and we'll be sharing them here today during our session. Personally, I've trained well over 8,500 people over the span of a decade years of my experience within the tech ecosystem. So I'd allow Ifemena come to do his own introduction, and then we'll dive into the main meat of why we are here today. So Ife, if you're on the call, please, if you can unmute yourself, put on your video, let's get to see you.
Good evening, everyone. Totally excited to see you. We have over 500 people on the call, and it's absolutely exciting. Like Adeza has rightly said, my name is Ifemena Ipro. I'm the co-founder of 10Analytics, and prior experience, I actually have my first degree in economics. So you're speaking with people that transitioned into data and into the tech space. We literally transitioned, all right? So we started working together, myself and Adeza. Okay, we started working in management consulting, which was not related to tech. Okay, that's where we started our career path. Okay, and we're able to move from that, non-technical space into the technical space. And over time, from my own experience, I've worked with quite a number of firms in Ireland. So I was working in Ireland, moved to the UK. I'm currently working in the UK, also working as a contractor for businesses in the US and Canada and so on. And that's the beauty of having a tech career, because there's something they call tech, okay? They call it the global tech talent, okay? Global, that word global is what we actually enjoy, okay? So I currently work for different organizations in the US, in Canada, and also based in the UK. So I've never been to the US before, but I'm currently working for firms in the US and in Canada, and that's the beauty of what the tech space provides. Do you understand? So I do have close to a decade experience in not just working in tech, but also delivering and help people, holding people's hands and guiding them into the tech ecosystem. So I also my contracting, working as a contractor, I've gotten to work across different spaces within the data ecosystem. So I've worked as a data analyst, I've worked as a business analyst, I've worked as a business systems analyst, I've worked as a business data analyst, I've worked as a BI engineer, I've worked as a data engineer on different roles, all right? And that's just the beauty of tech, really, okay? So we're here today to talk about not just, what skills you need to learn, but basically how to get you started in the tech space. Because Adeza mentioned something which was very sacrosanct, is it took us 2 years to get started, all right? But ideally, should it take you 2 years? Should it take you 1 year to become a tech professional? Ideally, no, it shouldn't. And that's what we're going to be talking today. So I'll be coming back later to have a wonderful conversation with you, okay? So see you in a second, okay? Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you very much for that, Ife. So that's Ifemena. Ifemena would come back to walk us through the different career paths that we'll be introducing to you today. But just before Ifemena gets back, to have insights into what we'll be doing today. So first of all, why choose a career in tech? We'll elaborate on that and also show you the opportunities that are available, the demand for global tech talents across different regions across the globe, basically. It would also show you how to get started in different tech career paths, depending on where you'd like to get started in. And then we'll talk about our upcoming program on the 4th of November, and then success stories. And we have a special discount for everybody who stays till the end of the session today. All right. So why choose a career in tech? This is a question I always get all the time. Oh, Adeza, you started your tech journey about 10 years ago. Why did you start your journey? What was that factor? And I always highlight 5 key factors to get into tech. And of course, why would you choose a career? Before I even, give you the 5 factors which I have come up with, that indicates the reason why people would love to get into the tech ecosystem. I would love to hear from you. So why do you want to choose a career in tech? Because I'm sure you are here because you want to get into the tech ecosystem. You want ideas, insights, and information on how you can do that seamlessly. So I'd love to hear from you. Okay, why do you want to get into tech? Ahmed says more money. Arinze, to land amazing 6-figure job. Absolutely. I'm already in the system with limited exposure. Upskilling, fantastic. Remote work, to be smart. Flexibility, land a good job, work from home, remote, that's simply remote work. Networking, working remotely, career switch, fantastic. I mean, if I could just pull up all the, recommendations from the charts, I'm sure you've all at some point mentioned 1 or 2 areas that I have already on my slide, career switch, which is absolutely one of the major factors anybody would want to get into tech. Now, tech on its own is very broad. It's a very broad area, and we'll be breaking it down into and narrow it down into specific career path. But again, for graduates and for career switchers, because I've seen a lot of people talk about, I want to switch, I want to transition from what I do today to a tech-related career, and that's the reason why I want to get into tech. So work-life balance and flexibility, I mean, that's the game changer for everybody. Today, post-COVID 2023, everybody wants to negotiate to say that, look, I don't want to go to the office every day. How many times do I have to get to the office? And of course, I have so many friends, our participants that have gone through our training program. Some of them live as far away as Manchester, and then they work with organizations in London, for some of them in the UK, and they only have to go to the office once or twice in a week, at the maximum. So you have that opportunity today to work remotely, not just from within the country. You can work anywhere across the globe as a tech talent. You have countries giving digital nomad visas that'll give you the opportunity to travel around the globe while you are still working within different areas in tech. So that's work-life balance, the ability to control the job, the way you work. You can take a nap during the day, recharge, and then continue doing work at specific points in time. And it gives you that flexibility, which I'm sure most of you would agree with me. When you have to work from home and you also have to learn from home, you do all the things you need to do. You can do that from the comfort and the confines of your own environment. There is nothing, more fantastic than that. So that's one of the major reasons. For me, since the year 2021, I've hardly had to step into, any office. And even when COVID hits and we decided to have remote working within our organization, I only had to go to the office once in a week. That was while I was still in Nigeria. Once in a week, twice in a week, and you had that opportunity to control the way that you work. Another key factor, apart from the ability to work remotely and also improving your work-life balance, is the job opportunities. I'm going to dive deeper into the job opportunities available, and it's tremendous. And it's so, I would say, to some level or to some extent, it's saddening that just a few people try to tap into these opportunities. And that's why we have kept on time in, time out. From the first day of the month, first day of the year 2023, we have been preaching and giving as much awareness as we can into so many opportunities available. And I'll be diving a little bit deeper into the demand for certain tech roles and tech career path that anybody, over 889 people on the call today, can start within 3 months, 4 months, land a job and earn fantastic salaries across different regions across the globe. And I'll be sharing some success stories with you before I hand over back to Efemena. So the opportunities are numerous and they keep on growing, and they're even going to grow a whole lot further into the next 5 to 10 years. And you also have the flexibility in the sense that you don't need to study any specific career, any specific degree in the university. I studied industrial chemistry. Efemena studied economics. Both of us have been in the tech ecosystem for close to a decade. Now, this is a major misconception I also get from people. Oh, you need to have studied computer science. You need to have studied something related to tech. But that's just a misconception that limits so many people from getting into the tech ecosystem. So you don't need to have a computer science related degree or a degree related to anything tech. And that's why you'd see some of the best data scientists, the best data analysts, they all have, you'd find out that they have degrees in things like physiology, psychology, sociology, industrial chemistry, physics, and so on and so forth. So that's one of the other aspects, one of the other areas that makes it easy and why the tech talents keep on increasing on a year in, year on basis. And of course, the salary. This is one of the major reasons why I got into tech. The salary and the benefits are fantastic. I mean, gone are the days when the money was in oil and gas. Everybody wanted to get into oil and gas because that was where the money was. But today, it's a total different story. The money is in tech. So how do you tap into the opportunities, earn six figures in dollars, like somebody said, six figures right off the bat, landing your first job, getting six figures, earning about 45, 50, 60,000 pounds per annum for those in the UK, and across Europe, earning fantastic salaries as high as 85,000, 90,000 euros. How do you get that type of opportunities? We'll also be sharing that as well. And of course, last but not the least, you get involved in the heart of innovation and change. As a data analyst working with different organizations, you are at the heart of everything that happens. Because today, every company wants to take decisions based on the data that they have. All right, because the data would not lie. The data is not dependent on this manager's perception or this manager's experience or what anybody thinks. Okay, so how can I take decisions based on what our data actually tells us? So you are the heart of innovation. As a data analyst, I've gotten to present my findings, my recommendations over the years to the biggest and the most highly placed captains of industries and directors, even the vice presidents, showing my recommendations. And those recommendations, you see them come to life because you recommend that this should be done based on your analysis. And immediately your analyses are implemented, you see that come into life and how it changes, the entire system, the entire space within that organization. So these are 5 key factors why so many people would love to get into tech. For me, I had 2 as the major reason. Number 1 was to be at the heart of innovation, and number 2 was the fantastic salary and the fantastic benefits in tech. I mean, these were the 2 major factors for me to get into tech. So with regards to the demand, I said I was going to come back to this. The demand is growing at an unprecedented rate. Now, getting into tech has never been easier. And the reason is very simple. When there is demand for something, the bar to get into those roles are kind of lowered to a reasonable extent. So it becomes easier to dive into some of these roles and some of these career paths as long as you know the right path to take. A structured learning approach for you to acquire the skills, first of all, the technical skills, and secondly, acquiring the other parts that would get you the job. Now, a lot of people fail to transition. Some of them have been trying to become data scientists, data engineers, financial analysts for the last 1 to 2 years, but they can't get into those career paths or make the transition. And why is that so? Today we have, so many situations, and I've gotten this based on interaction with people, and they tell me that, look, at DESA, it's very difficult for me to get a job. I have been learning how to use Excel, learning how to use Python, learning how to use this particular tool, but I can't just seem to get an interview. And I ask them, how are you learning? And they tell me that, I watch my videos on YouTube, or I bought so many courses and I've tried to complete the courses, but it's just so frustrating. All right. And that's one of the major reasons why a whole lot of people struggle today. You are bombarded with so many information. You go on YouTube, you learn, but without a structured learning approach, you stand the risk of learning what is relevant, and most of the time, irrelevancies. You spend your time learning what you don't need to get the job. Now, the demand is unprecedented across different regions. Over 2.5 million tech jobs last year were on field. So you had so many vacancies available, and 2.5 million of those vacancies went on field, not because those jobs, nobody applied to them, but simply because you didn't have enough qualified candidates to get those jobs. So 2.5 million tech jobs went on field. And going into the year 2025, according to McKinsey, you'd have about 5.5 million roles still that would go unfilled simply because you don't have enough talent to fill those roles. And going into the next decade, 5 years, 10 years from today, you'd have this gap keep on widening. And I'll give you a typical example. In the UK, for example, every year you have about 30,000 roles available within the data ecosystem alone. So this is not even tech generally, this is data. So within the data ecosystem in the UK, you have 30,000 roles available year in, year out. Now, the universities, immigrants can only fill 10,000 roles. So you have a gap every year of 20,000 jobs. And these 20,000 jobs in the UK goes unfilled because you don't have enough people that can apply to those jobs and get the jobs. Now, what have we done as a company? We've seen these gaps in the industry. We've seen the reason why people are not getting the job, and we've helped so many people land these jobs eventually by simply implementing 2 key strategies. Number 1, you acquire the technical skill. Number 2, you acquire additional employability skills. And our session today would largely be focused on the employability skills, because the technical skill, like I mentioned, of course, you'd have heard about a couple of them. You want to get into a particular career path, you need to learn A, B, C, and so on. However, that's not enough to get a job anywhere, especially across the major economies, the UK, Canada, the US, across Europe, and so on and so forth. So why are these 20,000 roles going unfilled year in, year out? We'll talk about them in a few slides to go. Also, the IMF has also projected that by the year 2030, that's about close to a decade, 7 years from now, you'd have a shortage of 85 million tech workers, which would represent about 8.5 trillion lost in annual revenue. So what this simply means is you'd have organizations searching for a particular skill set from employees, but they would never find those employees to the tune of 85 million. I mean, if I were you and I'm trying to switch and I'm trying to get a job, I'm trying to get into a career that I can see a clear career progression for me, that if I start now, in the next 5 years, I see that I move to this level and I can work for some of the best organizations across the globe. I'll be looking for those areas where I can access easy opportunities, where the demand is also very high. Okay, so the IMF is also projecting, and I've also kept, what I did is to keep the links for you. So if you look below the slide, which would also get the slide at the end of today's session, you'd see the link so you can go ahead and read the report. I always advise people to do a little bit of research, read, see where the opportunities are. If I want to move into a different career path, let's assume I'm in strategy today. I'm an accountant, but accounting is something that has to be transformed. I need to show a better part of myself. I need to add something to my accounting. I need to add some analytics. I need to add some AI to my accounting skills, because that's where the new trends and the new technologies are going. How can I do that? All right. Where are the opportunities? Are there opportunities for that available? Is there a demand for that particular skill set? These are the questions you need to ask. So where are the opportunities in the tech ecosystem in 2023? I always love to show these reports that I'm going to show you now. The report is from the World Economic Forum, the Future of Jobs Report 2023. Now, this Future of Jobs reports is fantastic in the sense that anybody who wants to transition and get a job has to read these reports. Okay, and the simple question you should ask yourself while reading the report is, where are the opportunities in tech? Now, the World Economic Forum have been so precise and so accurate in predicting the jobs that will grow and the jobs that will decline. All right, so I'll open up the reports, the full report, and of course, I've also kept the link for you. You have access to the link over here, and once you receive the slide, you can download the full report, get to see a whole lot more on what they talk about with regards to the future of jobs Report 2023. So between 2023 and 2027, which jobs would grow and which jobs would decline? I mean, that's something everybody would want to know. So are you in a career path that would become irrelevant in the next 3 to 4 years? Are you in a career path that would grow in demand in the next 3 to 4 years? You want to know that. Or if you are going to switch into a new career path, how relevant will your career, the new career path, be within the next 3 to 4 years? That's a critical question you need to ask yourself. So what I'll do very quickly is I'll open up this report so that we can all see, and I'll highlight just a few things to you, and then we'll come back to the slides to continue our session. All right. So what I'll do is I'll open up the report and let's see some of these jobs. Okay, the jobs that would grow and the jobs that would decline. So you can ask yourself, oh, where exactly am I at this point in time? And am I in a career path that will become irrelevant in the future? Okay, so like I mentioned, this is the Future of Work Report 2023 by the World Economic Forum. Fantastic report. You all need to read this. So I'm just going to scroll all the way to where you have the jobs growing in demand and the jobs that are also declining. And I want to highlight a couple of career paths within the tech ecosystem so that gives us clarity into where we want to move to, the type of jobs we want to get, and why we should be looking into those areas if we need to make the best out of the opportunities available. All right. So again, let's look at this closely. Just give me 1 second because I need to highlight a couple of things while I'm presenting. Now, what do we have here? We have jobs, growing jobs and declining jobs. At the left-hand side here, you have the growing jobs, and at the right-hand side, you have the declining jobs. Okay, you have the growing and you have the declining. Please pardon my handwriting. I'll just need to change my pen. So you have the growing and you have the declining jobs. Now, if you look closely at the growing jobs, what do you see? The very first job that will grow in demand is what? AI and machine learning. And of course, for anybody who follows the trends, the new trends in technology and so on, you'd see where the opportunities are today. You have generative AI tools, large language models like ChatGPT, Bard by Google, and so on and so forth. These are new systems and new technologies that are defining the way that we work. And I was telling somebody yesterday that, look, ChatGPT, as smart as it is today, is the dumbest version it is ever going to be. So in the next 2 years, the next 3 years, ChatGPT will be so intelligent to do a whole lot of what we can do in terms of automation and getting work done. So where will the opportunities be? Number one, AI and machine learning. Now let's take note of that. Let's also take note of what? Business intelligence analysts. So these are professionals that get data from organizations. They analyze the data and automate the process of analysis from where the data is gotten from to how they give their recommendations. So as a business intelligence analyst, your job is going to grow. Or if you get into this career path, your job is part of the growing jobs within the next 5 to 10 years. Okay. Now let's also take note of what? The data analyst and the data scientist. The data analyst and the data scientist. And of course, in the year 2012, Harvard Business Review had a publication that said, data science is the sexiest job of the 21st century. And I mean, that was so viral simply because of the powers data scientists have, and even till today. And these jobs, anybody in this career path would keep on growing in demand. The job roles would grow in demand within the next 5 to 10 years. I want us to also take note of the data engineers. Now, the data engineer is a very interesting career path, and we'll speak about this, but I want you to take note of them. Okay, all the areas I'm highlighting. And remember, we are highlighting the jobs that would grow in demand within the next 5 to 10 years based on the reports from the World Economic Forum. So you'd see we listed the AI and machine learning specialists, business intelligence analysts, data analysts, data scientists, data engineers. You'd see database architects. You'd see, and I'm just going to scroll down. So we see more roles. I want you to take note of, all right? I want you to take note of the financial analysts as well. The financial analysts. That's that professional in a company that can take financial related data, analyze the data using different analytic tools to help the company take decisions. So you would see that if you look at the first, sorry about that, if you look at the first 20 roles that would grow in demand, the first 20 roles that will grow in demand, they're all related within a particular ecosystem. The big data specialists, they're all related to a particular ecosystem, which is the data ecosystem. And we'll speak about that shortly, but just take note of all these job roles I've highlighted. AI, BI analyst, data analyst, data scientist, big data specialist, data engineers, database architects, financial analysts, and so on, and so many more roles all the way down. Now, if you look at the declining roles, the roles that are in decline, and if you find yourself in any of these job or career path, you want to take a second look at your career progression within the next 5 years. What will I be doing? Will my skills remain relevant, or do I need to make a switch? If you're a bank teller or a clerk in the bank, you want to take a second look at what you do. If you work in postal service as a clerk, you want to take a second look. Cashiers and ticket clerks, data entry clerks, administrative executive, stock keeping, material recording, accounting, bookkeeping, and payroll. Now, a lot of people would see accounting and be like, wow, accounting falls into roles that are in decline. Absolutely. And the reason is simple. Now, accounting is evolving and going beyond just bookkeeping, managing trial balances, and so on. Accounting has moved from the typical accounting to accounting plus analytics. All right. So if you're just a conventional accountant, then you need to take a second look at what you're doing, because you can see these are the declining jobs at the right-hand side, and these are the ones you see with the purple line all the way to the left. Those are the jobs that are most highly in decline within the next 5 to 10 years. So you want to take a second look at your job or career path. If you're a credit and loan officer, you also want to take a second look at your job, because today you have machine learning algorithms that can tell if a customer deserves to get a particular loan or credit facility, and all that is required from you is to take a little bit of data points here and there, and then the company can tell based on the algorithm to tell if you are due or you should get a loan or not. So your job becomes redundant as a credit and loan officer. And this is why it's very important you don't just switch or change jobs or change your career path without proper research. Okay, so looking at all the jobs I've highlighted, we'll get back to the slide and start to see the relevance of why these jobs fall within the growing jobs in demand, also stemming from the reports I just showed you a few minutes ago, where you have the IMF indicating that 85 million jobs would be available without anybody to fill by the year 2030. All right, by the year 2030, you'd have 85 million jobs that would go unfilled in the year 2030, especially within the tech ecosystem. Now, what we did at Tenalytics is, I've been in tech for close to a decade. Efemena has been in tech for close to a decade. How do we take advantage of this opportunity and get so many more people into tech? So what we did was to do our own analysis, scraping data from all the major job boards, from Indeed.com to ZipRecruiter to Reed.co.uk to the jobbank.gc.ca in Canada, and so on, Total Jobs, and so on and so forth. Now, we did our analysis and we found where the demand would be. based on three criteria in addition to this report, the Future of Work report by the World Economic Forum. Now, based on that, we looked at three criteria. The first criteria we used to select the job and the career path to focus on, rather than focusing on all the career path within the tech ecosystem. Number one was ease of learning. So which career path or which job role can I learn the skill today within the space of a few months, and I can dive into that particular ecosystem with all the skills I need to get the job done. So that was one of the major criteria for us, ease of learning. How easy can I learn this skill? How long will it take me to learn this skill? Do I need to go back to school? Do I need to go back to the university? Do I need to go back to do, a higher degree to get into this particular, ecosystem? So we needed to be sure that there was ease of learning. You didn't have to learn for a year, for 2 years to transition into this career path. Number two major criteria for us was ease of transitioning and getting a job. So when you learn these skills, how easy would it be for you to get a job? Will you learn and start searching and looking for jobs without securing jobs within your own region or different other regions, working remotely, and so on and so forth? So looking at the reports from the World Economic Forum, in addition to the analysis that we carried out, we also ensure that the career path we will focus on includes a major factor that would ensure that there is a demand for the job roles within the job market. And last but not the least is high and rewarding salary. So yes, there is demand for the job role, number one. Number two, it is easy to learn because you don't have to learn for several years. You can learn for a few months, but then you must also have high and rewarding salary. So we looked at these three major criteria and we came up with 6 career paths. Now, remember all the roles I showed you from the World Economic Forum reports that showed the jobs that are growing demand, from business analysis to data analytics to financial analytics, HR analytics, full stack data science, and data engineering. So 6 different career paths, and we focused and doubled down on these 6 different career paths to get as many people into tech as we can. And I'll be sharing some of the success stories with you, because people would ask, oh, how difficult or how easy is it to get into this career path? If I start learning to become a business analyst today, can I get a job within a few months? How long will it take me to learn? Do I need a master's degree? Do I need to go for something else? What exactly do I need to do? And Ifemena would come to break all of those things down to us. But again, all these things always seem impossible until it is done. I remember when we started, a lot of people would say that, look, you can't learn business analysis. You can't become a data analyst within the space of 4 months. You can't become a data scientist within the space of 4 months. But we have been in the industry and we know what is required for a data analyst or a data scientist to get a job, go into that company and make an impact. So what do you need to learn? What are the skills you need to focus on? And that's one of the most critical parts of your transitioning eventually, because a lot of people would start learning what they should learn at the 5th stage of their learning process. They start with that and then they fall and they find themselves in so many problems along the line. So some of the success stories we have from all the different career paths that I've highlighted, from business analysis to data analytics to financial analytics, HR analytics, full stack data science, and data engineering. All right. So how have we helped people to transition? And these are some of the most recent. First of all, this is Ikmat. Okay, Ikmat got a job sometime about a few weeks ago in September. Ikmat was a full-time stay-at-home mom in the UK. Now, she wanted to get back to the job. She wanted to get back to work and get a job as a data analyst. So Ikmat came to us to say, look, I'm in the UK. I want to get a job. I've been out of work for a while because I had to take care of my child and so on and so forth. How can I transition? What do I need to do? She joined our data analytics program. She joined us in March 2023. She completed her program with us in July 2023, and she got a job as a data analyst with the NHS in the UK with full visa sponsorship in September 2023. Now, why is this so important for us? You have a whole lot of people that think the only way they can get a tier 2 visa in the UK is only through the healthcare visa. I have to do a care job. And who is a carer or a domiciliary carer? These are people that take care of older people or take care of other people that can't take care of themselves. Okay, so mentally disadvantaged people, people that can't take care of themselves. So you have a carer, somebody who takes care of them. And that's what you find so many Nigerians, so many people of the Black community doing in different regions across the globe, in the UK, in Canada, the US, and so on and so forth. With all due respect to those different career paths, for us, the focus is there are so many other ways. There are so many other opportunities, especially within the tech ecosystem, that you can also, access and get those opportunities to yourself. So this is Ikmat's story. You'd have the opportunity to listen to Ikmat because, of course, Ikmat gave a very fantastic, storyline and her journey when she joined us in March, and what the specific things she did with us at Tenalytics and how we were able to help her transition to get a job in September 2023 with full visa sponsorship in the UK. We also have Ramat. Ramat joined our program in April 2023. She completed her training in July, and she got a job as a business analyst with an organization in the UK, also with full visa sponsorship as a business analyst. Now, Ikmat's data analysts, Ramat's business analysts, getting jobs here in the UK as a business analyst with full visa sponsorship. She joined us in April this year, completed our program in July, and then she got a job in August. So the question is, I can learn something within the space of 3-4 months. I acquire the skills that I need. I can apply to jobs and I can get those jobs. But then how do I walk through the entire process? Is it something I just have to do on my own? What role does Tenalytics play? Now, apart from training you, which is just part of what we do, I talked about the additional employability skills, which is the most important part. So you're learning your technical skill, the technical skill you would learn. So as a data analyst, you need to know how to use Excel, Power BI, blah, blah, blah. That's your technical skill, which is just 50%. All right. You also need additional employability skills. Efemena is going to walk us through those additional employability skills, which forms another 50%. Now, if you think you are the most intelligent person, you are the best in Excel, you are the best in writing Python codes, you are the best in SQL, you will not get a job. Because there are so many people that are more intelligent than you competing for those same jobs. So how do you stand out from the competition? How do you ensure that when you compete for those roles, you are seen as a superstar and you get employed? And that's what has made Tenalytics very successful. This other 50% that Efemena is going to walk us through. The technical is a given. Any organization would expect you to have the technical skill. But what stands you out is the other 50%, not your technical skill. And I'll get to that in a bit. Now, this is Nathaniel. Nathaniel joined our data science program in March 2023. He got a job as a data scientist with the largest privately owned research pharmaceutical firm in Barcelona, Spain. And he got the job in September 2023. So this is Nathaniel, who joined our data science program. So Ikmat's data analyst, Ramat's business analyst, Nathaniel, data scientist. And of course, you also have Idris. Idris works with Jaguar Land Rover here in the UK in Coventry. He joined our program October 2022, completed his training February 2023. And the same month he completed the training with us, he got a job with Jaguar Land Rover here in the UK, full visa sponsorship as a data engineer. All right. You also have Maureen. Maureen got a job as a full-time HR data analyst with one of the largest telecommunication company in Canada, Telos. She joined us in April, completed her training in July, and got a job in August as a HR data analyst. So she joined the HR analytics program with us, and she was able to do this and all the other things I talked about, the technical 50, the additional employability skills. She did all of that, applied to jobs, and she got a job as a HR data analyst in Canada. And of course, you have Solomon. Solomon is an engineering, he graduated with an engineering background, and he got a job as a financial analyst with an organization in Nigeria. Joined us in January this year, completed his training in April, and got a job in May 2023. And of course, how can you get into any of these 6 career paths? So the question is always, all these people have done it, all right? Because it always seems impossible until you see somebody else doing it. And how have they been able to do it? How can you access similar opportunities? And how do you focus on any of the 6 career paths? What do they entail? Is it something you can do? Are they career paths you can eventually decide to transition into? And how can you get success from any of these career paths? Ifemena will be walking us through all of those key areas to show us what a data analyst does, a business analyst, a data scientist, a data engineer. These are the areas that will grow in demand within the next 5 to 10 years. So how can you extract the best opportunities? How can you learn the skill and get a job and ensure that you have a career path that is literally secured within the next 5 to 10 years and can only grow higher in demand and relevance over the years? So Ife, I'll be handing over to you now. I don't know if you are still there. If you'll walk us through all of these different career paths. So just sit back, relax, enjoy the session, and I'm sure you'd have questions. I'll be here to take more questions eventually later during the session. Ife, over to you.
Okay, screen 3. All right, just to confirm, can you see my screen just yet?
Okay, I'll just have to stop sharing.
I think I should have. Can you see my screen now?
Oh, yes.
Okay, all right. Good evening, everyone. And it's amazing to be here, honestly speaking. I'm excited. I'm absolutely excited to have you guys on board. And I'm sure you guys have been learning a lot from the conversation that Adeza has had. And I would like to tell you a little secret, yeah? So myself and Adeza also, we've been colleagues for several years. And one thing that really defined us right now, what has really made us experts, is because of how we planned into the future, into our own future. All right. So we look back, several years ago, and we said that, what is going to be our career in the next 5 years? How relevant is this career field? Is this going to be relevant in the next 5 years? What are the career expectations? What are the monetary expectations that you will get if you continue on this particular career path? And I want you guys to be honest with yourself. Look at where you are right now. What is the career projection for you in the next 5 years? What do you aim to achieve in the next 5 years? In terms of salary, in terms of career progression, in terms of opportunities. All right. If you relocate today, or even if you're looking for a better job, how easy is it for you to get a better job, to get a better pay? This is the key question you need to ask yourself. And you need to be honest with yourself. You need to ask yourself these honest questions, so you know exactly where you stand. Do you understand? And now, we're going to be having fun today, honestly speaking, because this career paths, that we're talking about today, these 6 career paths: business analysis, data analytics, financial analytics, HR analytics, data scientist, and data engineer. These are career paths that are in demand anywhere you find yourself. Even if you are in even if you are in any part of Africa, you're in Europe, you're in US, you're in Canada, all right? You're even in Wakanda, you will definitely find these roles needed. Okay. All right. So you know what we're going to do? Okay. A quick question. I'm just going to ask you guys, and I want you to use the chat. All right. We're going to use the chat to interact, to get to know each other. So looking at these 6 career paths, which of these career paths are you going to be interested in? Sharply, just one, just type it in. If you want to become a data scientist, put it there. If you want to become a data analyst, business analyst, put it there. Let me see the people that we're going to be talking to. But I'm going to be talking to everyone anyway, so but I just want to see when you guys are tilting towards data analyst, data engineer, business analyst. See everybody, I love your energy. I love this. You guys are fantastic. This is the reason why we're doing this, honestly speaking. This is the reason why we're doing this. This excitement, this energy is what we're looking for. And I want you guys to maintain this energy because that's the best way we're going to enjoy in the session together. All right. Fantastic. Data analyst seems to be taking the poll, honestly speaking. Data analyst, HR analyst, financial analyst, data engineer. You guys are absolutely awesome. All right. So now let's get into it. Okay. And the key question now, Adeza has, opened everything, he has opened the whole world, he has extrapolated into the future to tell you the opportunities for these 6 career paths, to tell you that these are the in-demand, skills that you need to place yourself into in order for you to succeed in the future. But now, the critical question that you will ask yourself is, how do I get started? I want to become a data analyst. You guys have said you want to become a data analyst. You want to become a business analyst. You want to become an HR analyst. You want to become a financial analytics professional. You want to become a data scientist, data engineer. How did you start? All right. What is required for me? What skill set is required for me is the question you would ask yourself. And we're going to be going through everything today. Literally, we're not going to leave any stone unturned. We're going to talk about everything. So if you have any question, please jot it down. Get a piece of paper, get a pen, and jot things down so you can do what? So you can take things away. Do you understand? All right. So let's get into it. Let's start with a business analyst. Okay. I'm going to be taking the business analyst career path. First of all, business analyst. Business analyst. All right. There's so much misconception about this role. So much misconception. A lot of people have renamed this career path. All right. So it's business analysis that we're going to be talking about. And anybody that performs business analysis is called a business analyst. Now, what do these people do? What is the role of a business analyst? All right. Now, like I said, get a piece of paper, get a jotter, and jot things down so you can do what? Take things away. All right. So let's go to the role of a business analyst. Who is a business analyst? Simple. I'm not going to be reading my slides because you would have access to the slide at the end of the session. So I'm going to be using my own real life experience to explain the role of each of these roles. Now, looking at a business analyst is basically sort of a mediator, someone that stands in the middle. All right. Someone that is just in the middle. All right. That listens to what we call non-technical professionals, non-technical stakeholders within the business, what we call non-technical. These guys don't know anything about tech. All right. The likes of the CEO. The CEO doesn't care if you're using C#, Java, Python. He doesn't really care. He just wants you to get the job done. That's basically it. All right. And you have the technical people. All of us on the call, you want to become a data analyst, you want to become a data scientist, you want to become a data engineer. We are the technical people. So a business analyst is that person that is in the middle, all right? Doesn't discriminate. You don't know Java, you don't know Python, it's fine. You know Java, you know Python. Tell me your technical jargons. I will do what? I will translate it to the non-technical person. Now let's use the scenario rather than using all these terminologies, okay? Take, for example, you work in a logistic business, you work in DHL, okay? You work in DHL. The CEO comes to say that, let's call a business analyst. Let me pick somebody's name. Lola, do you know what we're going to do? We need to improve our delivery time. DHL wants to improve their delivery time. So when you order for something and DHL has to deliver to you, it probably takes them 2 days, 3 days, international travels. Maybe you're in Canada, you ordered for something from Nigeria. It takes you 10 days to receive your parcel via DHL. The CEO in Nigeria now says that, do you know what, Lola, we need to reduce this. Our competitors are doing this in 4 days, all right? And we are still doing it in 10 days. Lola, I want you as a business analyst to reduce this, our delivery time from 10 days to 2 days. I want somebody to order for something from Canada and it should get to the person in 2 days, all right? The business analyst is going to absorb what we call that. That is called a requirement, okay? That's called a requirement. It's going to the business analyst has received that requirement. Now the business analyst will go back and start to discuss with other technical and non-technical stakeholders within the business. All right, to start asking questions. That's what we call requirement gathering. That's what we call elicitation, discussing with people and see how, the business analyst can gather as much information as possible, what we call process mapping, map out the process. If you order for something online, how does it move? How does the parcel move from DHL to your doorstep? Trying to improve the process to ensure that DHL improves that delivery time from 10 days to 2 days. That's the role of a business analyst. So this person is not the most technical person. The person does not have to know how to do so many technical things. The person has to be very good with one particular skill, which is people skill. All right. A business analyst is a people person. This person that can talk easily, that can easily schedule meeting, just like, oh, please, I would like to have a meeting with you to discuss this certain process within your department so we can see how we can get to improve that particular process. So that person, the business analyst, is a people person. You need to be able to have conversation with people. You need to be able to document, certain activities within the. So if you're that kind of person that you like to document, you like to have conversations with people, you like to improve processes, that's the kind of role that you fit in. So that's the role of a business analyst. Nothing more, nothing less. But you see, over time, this role has increased, and we're going to be talking about that when we get to the curriculum. Now, let's take a look at the average salary, because all of you want to enter into it because of the salary, and that's one major thing. That's one major reason why you should go into it, anyways. All right. Now, looking at these three regions across the world: the UK, Canada, and the US. Okay, these are like the top regions across the world, and we're looking at the average salary of a business analyst in these regions. All right, so we have the UK with £52,000, 52,000 plus pounds per annum. Okay, that's for a whole full year. That's the average salary. So it could be more, it could be slightly lesser, but this is the average salary of a business analyst in the UK. In Canada, we have 74,000 plus Canadian dollars. And in the US, we have 85,000 US dollars. These are the average salaries of business analysts in these three regions. All right. So those are average salaries. Now let's talk about the learning area, because you understand what a business analyst does. You understand the average salary of a business analyst. But now, what do I need to learn? How do I become the best business analyst in the world? How will Chainalytics help me achieve this? And that's why we've designed the business analysis training program. Now, this training program covers 8 key learning areas. 8 key learning areas, okay? We have Excel, Power BI, and SQL. Now, everybody will be surprised. Why am I learning Excel, Power BI, and SQL as a business analyst? If it meant that you said this person is not too technical, you said this person is a people person, you said this person is going to be having meetings with people, documenting, elicitation gathering, requirement gathering, and so on and so forth. Why am I learning Excel? Why am I learning analytics? Why am I learning the tools for analytics? It's very simple. Now, our curriculum is always up to date. Okay, and that's one of the best benefits of you learning with analytics. Now, let me just tell you that. And that's because the industry is improving, all right? And that's why you want people that are currently in the industry to hold your hands, to guide you through the process. Now, business analysts are now required to have a little bit of analytical skills. It is not it's not one skill that they're always looking out for, but it will give you an edge in the job market if you say you know how to do analytics as a business analyst. Now, if you do a little bit of job search, and you talk to people within the industry, you would have been hearing roles like business data analyst. It's been coming out. It's been coming out for the past 2 years now. It's been gradually creeping in. All right, what we call business data analyst. And now the good thing about it is a lot of people, all right, that have gone through that curriculum are getting more jobs as business data analysts. And that's because we have infused analytics within the business analysis training curriculum. So during the training program, you're going to learn Excel like a data analyst. You're going to learn Power BI like a data analyst, and you're going to also learn SQL like a data analyst. So you'll literally be able to do the things a data analyst will be able to do with this particular technology. All right. Now, moving on from the analytics aspect, because that's just one add-on, okay? Now, the main part of the work, business analysis curriculum, you'll learn process mapping. All right. Process mapping is basically how do you move from, a current state to a future state. All right. Now, looking at it, you start, how do you move around? Okay. How do you move from the start? How do you start the process and how do you end the process? All right. Take, for example, if you go online and you want to order for something on Amazon, in order for you to order for something on Amazon, there is a process you go through. You have to like a particular product. Okay. You have to add it to your cart. Okay. You have to go to your cart. Okay. And click on buy. Those are processes you go through in order for you to purchase on the website. So you have to learn what we call process mapping. That's one of the things you learn. Project initiation planning, you get to work, Agile and Scrum for projects. You get to work with software development lifecycle. You get to work on requirement fundamentals, elicitation, stakeholder analysis, and engagement. So this curriculum starting from 2 to 8 are what those are the things that you'll learn that are core business analysis, all right, skill sets that would infuse yourself, that would get you started in the role of business analysis. Now, this curriculum is, it's going to be taught within 3 months, okay? The whole learning curve is within 3 months, all right? So you have 2 months of learning, 2 months of learning, and 1 month of virtual internship. Free virtual internship. It's free of charge. It's 1 month free virtual internship. Now, like I said, the tools you learn, the tools you get to work with, you get to work with Excel, SQL, Power BI, Lucidcharts, you get to work with Confluence, Jira Software, Draw.io, you get to work with Trello and ChatGPT, all right? So we are infusing all the things that you need to learn in order for you to get started in the role of a business analyst. So no matter whatever role you find yourself, you find out there, all right, if it has a little bit of analytics, you have the skills to get started within the role itself. If it doesn't have analytics, you're still fine because you still have the skill set of a business analyst. So that is business analysis covered, and we'll be going over to the next thing. All right. Can you guys still hear me very well, please? Can you hear me? Somebody saying they can't hear me. So please confirm if you can hear me well. All right, fantastic. Let's go on. Let's go. All right. Now let's take a look at data analyst. Okay. So we understand business analyst. And you see, the funny thing here is everybody thinks business analyst and data analyst, they are the same thing. All right. Almost everybody out there think that a business analyst is the same thing as a data analyst. And that's just a keyword because analysts, they feel like the job roles are the same thing. But that's absolutely not. They are not the same role. All right. So let's take a look at the role of a data analyst. Okay. The role of a data analyst. Now, this person is in charge of analytics. This person is in charge of, building what we call dashboards, reports, in order for the business stakeholders, the technical and non-technical guys to make decisions. Now, I'm going to be talking on analytics based on 2 spectrums. Okay, we have one, descriptive analytics, and we have the second one as diagnostic analytics. And people right now, they'll put their hands on their head. It was like, if Femena has used English to chase us out of the school. What is descriptive analytics? What is diagnostic analytics? You would ask yourself. Don't worry, I'm going to just calm down. Like I said, get a piece of paper, all right, and a pen, and jot things down so you can take things away. Do you understand? So I'm going to explain everything. Descriptive analytics for a start. What is descriptive analytics? How does a data analyst perform what we call descriptive analytics? Now, let's take the word describe. Descriptive is coming from the word describe. To describe something, all right? To tell you what happened. To tell you what happened. Now, how do you use analytics to tell a story on what happened? Now, very simple. If the CEO, the CFO is asking you, okay, the branch in Lagos, the branch in Zimbabwe, our branch in Kenya, our branch in South Africa, I want to know their performance for last year. What was the total revenue? What was the total cost? What was the total number of customers generated? What was the total number of employees? What was the sales per salesperson? That's you trying to find out what happened last month. What was the total revenue last month? Okay. Oh, we sold 500,000. That's you describing exactly what happened last month. All right. We generated 50 new customers. I am telling you what happened last month. That's you describing what happened last month. So as a data analyst, you need to be good with descriptive analytics to describe events that happened in the past, things that have happened in the past. Last month, what was our total sales for last month? What was our total loss for last month? How many customers did we generate? How many customers did we lose? Do you understand? You need to tell the technical or non-technical stakeholders within the business, what happened, telling them what happened essentially. All right. Now, moving on to diagnostic analytics. Now, you know what happened last month. You know what happened. You generated $50 million last month. That's what happened last month. Now, the next thing is to diagnose, to find out the reasons. Why did you make that money? All right. Why did you make such amount of money last month? And it's very simple. You need to now start to drill in to find out the reasons why certain things happened. All right. So you need to, that's why you now start to drill in a little bit further to find out, was it a particular campaign, marketing campaign that you did? All right. If you did a particular marketing campaign, what day of the week did you push out that particular marketing campaign to gain more traction? All right. And if you choose that particular day, you got that particular day, what time during the day did you make that post on your social media, on the TV, on the billboard? What day of the week, what time during the day made us generate so much traction into the business? That's you diagnosing exactly what happened in the business. So you're describing two things you're going to do as a data analyst. You're going to describe what happened. That's descriptive analytics. Oh, we made 50 million last month. Oh, we made 200 million last month. Oh, we had 50 new customers. Oh, we did this, we did that. That's you just describing the events that happened last month. But now the next thing is for you to diagnose. You need to find out the reasons why those things happened. All right. So that's when you now start to drill in. And after you see all this, data analysts building beautiful dashboards, wonderful reports, wonderful dashboards. Those dashboards answer two questions: what happened and why that particular thing happened. So those are the two things: descriptive analytics and diagnostic analytics. All right. So what is the average salary of a data analyst? You would say in the UK, it is £40,000+ per annum. In Canada, it is $64,000. In the US, it is $72,000. All right. So those are the average salaries of data analysts in UK, Canada, and the US. Now, moving on, the key learning areas. What do you need to learn in order for you to become a successful data analyst in the industry? Number one is problem solving. And, as a data analyst, you'll be solving so many problems within the organization. For example, you did an analysis and you found out that in January, you made 100 million. In February, you made 120 million. In March, you now decreased to 70 million. January 100, February 200, January 100, February 120, then March, you now add 70, 80 million. Let's say 70 million. So you have declined. There was a decline. Now, as a data analyst, you need to be able to diffuse. You need to be able to problem solve. You need to be able to find out the reasons why that particular thing happened. Why was there a decline? All right? Using analytics and also using what we call problem-solving techniques, okay? Stuff like the 5 whys, all right? Stuff like what we call the MISI approach, that's mutually exclusive and collectively exhaustive. You have so many problem-solving techniques in order for you to break down the problem into smaller chunks. And that's what really makes you succeed as a data analyst. Okay, so that's problem solving. You need to be able to problem solve. You need to be able to have so more skills to have in order for you to solve problems. Okay, then after problem solving, all right, you learn the analytical tools like Excel, SQL, Power BI, Tableau. You get to work with these technical skills. Now, a lot of people will think Excel is not a powerful tool enough for me to get started in analytics. A lot of people feel Excel is a common tool, is a regular tool in the industry, but that's absolutely not, okay? Excel is one of the most powerful, is one of the most widely used tools, regardless of anywhere you find yourself. Excel is a very, very in-demand skill. And I'm going to show you as you go on, I'm going to go to job sites and I'm going to show you that majority of the roles that you'll be getting as a data analyst will involve Microsoft Excel. So you're going to be learning Excel for analytics, not just for data entry, but for analytics. So you get to work with Excel to build reports, to build dashboards, interactive dynamic dashboards. Okay, you do all that in Excel. Now moving on to SQL. SQL basically is an acronym. Okay, is an acronym that stands for Structured Query Language. Okay, SQL stands for Structured Query Language. Now, what does SQL? What are you using it for? What's the need for learning SQL? Now, businesses store data in what we call databases. Okay, they store data in what we call databases. Now, as a data analyst, in order for you to do your analysis in Excel, Power BI, or Tableau, you need to be able to connect to that database. Okay, it's like your bank account. You have a bank account. Okay, in order for you to access that bank account, you need a what? You need a mobile app. Okay, in order for you to be able to access your bank account. So your bank account exists. It's not like it doesn't exist. It currently exists. All right. But you don't have access to it without the mobile app or the web, the web app or whatever app you're using. Okay. So that's an interface that allows you to interact with your bank account, with the money in your bank. Okay. So that's how SQL works also. So you have a database. And in order for you to interact with that database, you need SQL. So you need to be able to write SQL, which is what we call structured query language. You need to be able to write that in order for you to extract data from the database. All right. You also get to work with Power BI. Power BI is a powerful tool for analytics, used for analytics. You get to work with Tableau, and you get to work with what we call one of the most essential skill sets of a data analyst, which is data storytelling. So you need to be able to convince stakeholders. You need to be able to talk to stakeholders. You need to be able to tell a story using the data, the business data. Oh, this is what we did last month. This is what we did the previous month, and if we continue at this pace, this is what we're likely going to do next month, so on and so forth. So you need to be able to tell a convincing story using the data available. So that's what we call data storytelling. So it's not just you building a dashboard. There has to be a story that you're telling using that particular dashboard. And that's how you're going to learn data storytelling. All right. So moving on, you're going to work with ChatGPT for analytics. And a lot of people feel like AI is going to steal the job. AI is going to take their job. But, AI is supposed to enhance your work as an analyst, as a data analyst, for example. So it probably takes you normally 2 hours, 3 hours to create a report. Now, leveraging ChatGPT, you can actually do it in lesser duration of time. All right. You could actually do it in 1 hour rather than doing it in 5 hours before. Using ChatGPT, you could actually do it in within 1 to 2 hours. So how do you do this using ChatGPT? We are going to teach you that also. Now, moving on to the next part, okay, which is Microsoft Fabrics. Microsoft Fabrics is a relatively new technology. And like I said at the start of this session, we always update our curriculum to suit the industry standards. Now, Microsoft Fabrics is still not very used in the industry, but we are training people ahead of time so that when you learn the skill set and it becomes in demand, all right, you already have the skills in order for you to start chasing and getting these roles in the future. All right. So Microsoft Fabrics is still very relatively new. It's less than 6 months into the industry. Most organizations are not even using it at the moment, okay? But we are training people on it in order for you to be ahead of the job market itself. So when they start demanding for it as a critical skill, you would already have it and you will be the one positioning yourself, for greater pay in the future. Now, what is the learning curve? All right, what's the learning timeline for you to become a data analyst? Okay, a successful data analyst. It is 4 months. It takes you 4 months. Okay, so 3 months of learning and 1 month of free virtual internship. Free virtual internship. So you have 4 months, 3 months of learning and 1 month of free virtual internship. So, like I said, you get to learn problem solving. You get to work with Excel for analytics. You get to work with Tableau, Power BI, SQL, Microsoft Fabrics, and ChatGPT. So these are the things that we've infused together, all right, in order for you to become a successful data analyst, okay? So that's the role of a data analyst. And you can see the distinction between the two roles, business analysis and data analyst. Business analysis is not called, they are not doing any form of key data analysis, all right? That's not their role. Their main function is to improve certain processes within the organization, while the data analyst is core focus or their core focus is to analyze data, tell the stories about the data, and enhance, decision making by the use of data. All right. So that's the role of a data analyst. Now let's take a look at HR analytics. Okay. Now HR analytics has become high in demand in the industry, and you start to ask yourself, how come HR has become so much in demand? HR I know before was just anybody that knows what to do mathematics should go and do HR. That's what it was before. All right. Everybody that doesn't like maths, male, female, go and do HR, get yourself a job in HR and be doing payroll and be doing, when you leave, anybody is going on leave, you schedule the person's leave and so on and so forth. But now, how did HR move from such a very, redundant role to becoming such a strategic role? And it's a very simple question. It is a very simple question, very simple answer. It is analytics. All right. Analytics is what really changed HR from being a redundant role into becoming a more strategic role. Now, let me explain it better to you. Every organization there are three things that make up every organization. Okay. Processes, technology, and the last thing is people. All right. Number one, process. Number two, technology. Number three is people. All right. Now, without people, technology, nobody who would leverage the technology. Without people, who would leverage the process? So it is people that drive technology. It is people that drive process. So you getting the right set of people and you keeping the right set of people has become more important, all right, than making any other financial decision. How do we attract talent? All right. How do we sustain that talent? And how do we keep that talent? All right. That's what we call using HR analytics to tell a story around people data within the organization. So those are the things that you'll be learning as an HR analyst. Those are the things you'll be learning as a HR analyst. So you'll be learning, you're working with people data, employee data, recruitment data, staff data, and you'll be using analytics to tell a story around all this kind of data, all this people data, all this HR related data, in order for you to make strategic decision making. So organizations have started to see that they need people. They need people in order for them to become the best organization. They need to retain the right set of people. How do you attract? How do you retain? Using analytics. That's where you'll be learning in the HR training program. All right. And that's why HR has become more strategic than ever before. Now, looking at the average salary of a HR analyst, okay? Average salary of an HR analyst in the UK is 32,000 plus pounds. In Canada, it is 72,000 Canadian dollars. And in the US, it is 62,000 US dollars. So these are average salary of HR analysts across 3 critical regions across the world. Now, what would you learn? Okay, what would you learn in the curriculum, the analytics curriculum? You first thing you will learn is problem solving. So this is basically HR analyst is more or less a data analyst that is focused on HR data. Okay, that is a guru, that is an expert on using analytics within the HR ecosystem. So you also be learning problem solving, all right, in order for you to be able to perform certain analytical tasks. Okay, thereafter you get to learn with Excel and Power BI. You'll be working with Excel and Power BI for analytics. Okay, and thereafter you get to work with SQL. Okay. So majority of these organizations now have what we call HRIS system. HRIS systems. So you have these HRIS systems, and we have databases that store employee records, employee data, performance data, payroll data, and so on and so forth. So now how do you extract this data out of these data sources? How do you extract this data from the database in order for you to perform HR analytics, build your HR dashboards and so on and so forth? So you need to be able to learn SQL to extract this data. Okay, so you will learn problem solving, Excel and Power BI for analytics. You also get to work with SQL. Thereafter, you now move into the core HR aspect, where you learn HR analytics and performance evaluation. You get to work with HR metrics and lifecycle, HR analysis and dashboarding, collaboration and report automation, building your case and creating actions. All right. So you see, these are the key things you learn. You get to work with HR metrics. Okay. So first thing is HR metrics. All right. And lifecycle. What kind of analysis would you do? what kind of KPIs would you track as an HR analyst? Okay, what are the key performance indicators to track when you get your role as an HR analyst? What are the ones that are high priority, low, medium priority, and little or no priority? Those are the things you need to understand so that when you get your job, you can hit the ground running as an HR analyst. And I'm going to share some testimonials with you, okay? HR analysis and dashboarding is another aspect you're going to work on. All right. Then you get to work on collaboration and report automation. Collaboration and report automation. So what would you be doing here? So you say all those reports that you do every week. If the reports that you have to do every single week or every other week, how do you automate this report? All right. So as an HR professional, you're working with different departments, you're working with different people. All right. Take, for example, the head of logistics needs a particular report from you every other week, every week, for example. How do you collaborate on this report and how do you automate it? So it's not like every day you have to spend the next 2-3 hours building this report. How do you automate this report? Those are the things that you've been learning in the HR analytics class. All right. So moving on to the next thing, building your case and creating action. Now, HR across different organizations is still very minimal. Okay. So what you want to do is how do you create a case for your analytics and how do you, build on that case? Okay, so you're going to be learning all these things so that anytime you find yourself in any job, you will be hitting the ground running. So whenever you find yourself, wherever industry you find yourself, you'll be using analytics to change certain operation, certain tasks, and so on and so forth. Now, in terms of the learning timeline, okay, to become an HR analyst, it takes you 4 months, okay? It's also for 4 months. Now, you get to learn for 3 months. So you learn the problem solving, you learn Excel, Power BI, SQL, you get to work with all the HR analytics, performance evaluation. You do all that, you learn all that within 3 months. And you also get 1 month internship, 1 month of virtual immersive internship. So like I said, you'll work with all the things you need to work as an analyst. So you get to learn problem solving, Excel, Power BI, SQL, you get to work with HR related data, HR metrics, HR life cycles, performance evaluation. And last but not the least, you still get to work with ChatGPT for analytics. So these are the things that you need to learn in order for you to become the most successful HR analyst. Okay. Now moving on to financial analytics. I'm taking my time to go through everything, but like I said, get a piece of paper and get a pen so you can jot things down, and also you can ask questions at the end of the session. Okay, so now let's go to financial analytics. Okay, financial analytics. What do they do? All right, what do these people do? I think Adesa mentioned something while he was speaking, and finance or accounting has really transitioned so much over time that it's not the regular bookkeeping, it's not regular finance professionals that exist anymore. Are what we call financial analytics professional, and that's you using analytics within the finance space. So you have the HR analyst that is focused on people data. Okay, now you have the financial analyst that is focused on what? Financial data. And we all know that money, cash, is the lifeline of any organization. Without money, all right, every business would definitely collapse. Okay, so now in order for you to be more strategic financially, you need what we call financial analytics professional. Now, the beauty about this curriculum, the beauty about this particular career path is it combines 3 career paths together, 3 amazing career paths infused together to call this particular career course financial analytics. So we have corporate finance, okay, is infused into this curriculum. Corporate finance is infused, investment banking, and data analytics. So you're going to be learning 3 things across 3 career paths, which is corporate finance, investment banking, and the last but not the least, data analytics. So you're going to be learning these 3 things together. And let me show you how it comes through. Okay. The average salary of a financial analyst within the UK is £51,000. In Canada, it is $69,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, it is $74,000 US dollars. Okay, so these are the average salaries for financial analysts within those critical regions. Okay, now looking at the learning area, like I said, you're going to be covering 3 critical areas: corporate finance, investment banking, and data analytics. Now, the first thing you're going to be learning, you will be learning the key skills of a data analyst, which is problem solving, Excel, and Power BI. You're learning the key skills of a data analyst. So that's the first part, first part of the career path combined. So you can actually still work as a data analyst, even if you don't, you can still do that, okay? Because you'll be learning analytics, all right? Now, the next career path is corporate finance and investment banking, all right, which we cover in the next curriculum. Okay, so you have accounting fundamentals. So even if you're a beginner, you've not done finance before, we will start from the beginning, introducing you to accounting fundamentals, accounting concepts and conventions. So if you want to become a finance analyst, you want to become a financial analyst, you want to work in quant, you want to work as a quant, and you are just looking to get started, this is the perfect curriculum for you, all right? So you start with the accounting fundamentals, understanding the fundamentals of accounting. Thereafter, you move into what we call financial analysis, okay? So how do you perform financial analysis? How do you perform the three-statement analysis, your cash flow analysis, and so on and so forth. Thereafter, you move into financial modeling. Now, financial modeling is you building a business, all right? Is you building a business, all right, using spreadsheets. Can you imagine? How do you build a business from scratch? All right. And you can also extrapolate, you can also forecast if that particular business is going to be profitable or not. That's how you do what you do in financial modeling. So those are the critical skills you need to learn in corporate finance and what we call investment banking. So in order for you to, it's not just for businesses, you could use financial modeling for investment opportunities, for portfolio analysis, for investment analysis, for business analysis, so on and so forth. So financial modeling has become a critical skill set that you need to have to succeed in corporate finance, investment banking, and so many other financial career paths out there, corporate finance, and so on. All right. So you need to learn financial modeling to become the best financial analyst out there. All right. So moving on from financial modeling, you get to work on valuation, sensitivity analysis, scenario analysis. Then last but not the least, you get to work with ChatGPT for analytics. So you see, these are the kind of things you will learn, all right, to give you a fast track approach to becoming the best financial analyst within the industry. So you're going to be going through the career path, like I said, problem solving, Excel, and Power BI for analytics. So you'll be learning that, those three aspects like a data analyst. Then you move into the core finance area, all right, that covers corporate finance and investment banking, where you'll be covering accounting fundamentals, accounting concept, conventions, and all the golden rules and all that. Probably reaffirming and teaching you that as a beginner. Thereafter, we move into financial analysis. You get to work on the financial modeling, valuation, sensitivity analysis, and scenario analysis. Then last but not the least, ChatGPT for analytics, basically using AI to enhance your analytical skills, and that's what you'll be learning. Now, the learning timeline for this particular career path is for 4 months, okay? All right, it's for 4 months, 3 months of learning and 1 month of virtual immersive internship. Now that internship, you're going to work on more projects, okay? And I'm going to expand. I'm going to explain more as we go on what we do during the virtual internship. So you're going to be working on problem solving. You're going to work on Excel, Power BI, SQL, financial analysis, financial modeling, and ChatGPT. Okay. Now let's talk about data science. A lot of people want to become data scientists. Everybody wants to become a data scientist, and people are still very confused about the role of a data analyst and a data scientist. What is the difference between the role of a data analyst and a data scientist? And it's very simple. And I'm going to be using the spectrum of analytics to cover it. So can anybody remember what happens, what kind of analytics, a data analyst will perform in any organization? Can you guys remember what type of analytics would a data analyst perform in their own, what type of analytics would a data analyst perform? Let's see that. What type of analytics can you guys remember? Descriptive and descriptive. What Adeda Mola, that's absolutely fantastic. Descriptive and diagnostic analytics, absolutely correct. Descriptive and diagnostic analytics. So you see these first two parts, okay? That's what will be covered by the data analyst, okay? Or data scientist. So the data analyst will only do two. which is descriptive analytics and diagnostic analytics. And what that means is descriptive is talking about what happened. So you're using analytics to explain what happened last month, last quarter, last year, last 10 years, last 15 years, whatever happened last, in the past. That's what you're trying to describe. Oh, we have been making 15 million on average every single month for the last 10 years. That's you describing what happened. Okay? Diagnostic analytics is you taking one step further to saying, all right, I know I've been making money last month, but how did I make this money? How are we making this money? Why are we selling more of close-up in Lagos than in Kaduna? Why are we selling more of this particular product in South Africa than in Zimbabwe? Do you understand? So these are the things you need to diagnose to find out the reasons why these things are happening in a particular region, in a particular department. It could be anywhere, but you want to find out the reasons why it is happening. So descriptive analytics, what happened? Diagnostic analytics, why did that particular thing happen? So as a data analyst, that's where it stops for you. You can only diagnose. You don't do anything more than that, okay? You can only diagnose. You can only describe and diagnose. You don't do anything more than that. But now a data scientist will come in, all right, with a cape, all right, on his back, all right, fly in order for them to do what we call predictive analytics. So the data scientist is more focused on predictions, all right? Is more focused on what we call predictions, predicting what will likely happen, likely events in the future, all right? So the data analyst and the data scientist will do descriptive and diagnostic analytics, but only the data scientist will perform what we call predictive analytics, okay? So that's when you get to hear statistical modeling, all right? You start to hear machine learning, you start to learn forecasting, all right? So you're more focused on what will happen in the future, all right? Well, what will likely happen in the future. Those are the things that you're more focused on when you talk about predictive analytics, all right? So that's the job of a data scientist, building predictive models and evaluating them and so on and so forth, all right? Give me a second, let me erase this, all right? All right, so base salary of a data scientist in the UK is £50,000 per annum. In Canada, it is 94,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, it is 121,000 US dollars. All right. So key learning areas. What would you be learning? All right. What would you be learning? Now, as a data scientist, in order for you to succeed as a data scientist, you need to learn what we call statistics. So statistics is divided into two parts, and you're going to learn them. Absolutely. So you're going to be learning what we call descriptive statistics and inferential statistics. So those are the things that you need to learn. A lot of people will run away from statistics, and I don't know why, but statistics is one of the easiest things you can learn. From what we do. We do this. This is what we do every single day. All right. So statistics is something that would take, for example, measure of central tendency. A lot of people will hear that word. I feel like it is too cumbersome for me to learn. Measure of central tendency. But what does that mean? Basically, it means mean, median, and mode. And we all did this in primary, secondary school. Mean, median, mode. What is mean, median, mode? Mean is the average number. Median is the middle number. And mode is the number that appears the most. But these are the things that we learned. But we really don't know the application. How do you not apply it as a data scientist? If you're given a particular scenario, how do you use mean, median, and mode to sort of undo or solve that particular business problem using the measures of central tendency? So those are the things you'll learn in statistics, which is very exciting because honestly speaking, I think I enjoy statistics a lot because it sort of makes sense. All the things that we used to learn before, all right? All those variance, standard deviation that you never felt like you would never use in your life. It sort of makes sense now because you could use all the statistical concepts so you make more in decision making, in analytics. You can use it to make more sense out of your data. So that's what you'll be learning as the first part of the training curriculum. Thereafter, you move into Excel. Okay, like I've said several times, Excel is one of the critical tools that you will need to learn in order for you to succeed as a data analytics, data science professional. So different organizations are different spectrum of leveraging, machine learning, statistical forecast, and so on and so forth. So you might actually get into an organization that is still Excel based. So how do you use Excel to perform analytics and also to perform predictive analytics? So you can use Excel for predictions. Who knows that? You can, absolutely. So I personally have used Excel to build forecast models for Fortune 500 organizations, all right? And they still use it, all right? And they still use this forecasting tool that I built in Microsoft Excel that a lot of people don't understand, that a lot of people underwrite or underestimate most times. So those are the things that you'll learn using Microsoft Excel to perform predictive analytics, to build forecasts, to build dashboards, and so on, all right? Thereafter, you move into Tableau for data analytics and also predictive analytics. You get to work with SQL, like I've explained several times, SQL, structured query language. You get to work with that. Thereafter, you now get into the main meats, the main areas, Python programming, exploratory data analysis, and machine learning. So these are the parts where you now start to use Python, the Python programming language. You learn Python, all right? You use Python for what we call exploratory data analysis. Now, under exploratory data analysis, we have what we call bivariate, univariate, and multivariate analysis. So this is you using Python to explore your data, to tell variation, to tell things that are happening within the data. So how do you use Python to explore the data? You will learn that in the class for exploratory data analysis. Now, moving on to the next part, machine learning. Okay, we have three types, but you'll focus on two types, okay, which is supervised and unsupervised machine learning. Okay, so you get to work on projects that cut across supervised and unsupervised machine learning. Okay, and last but not least, you get to work on projects around computer vision. If we have enough time, I'll show you some of the projects you work on in computer vision so you understand it a lot better. Now, on the other side of it, okay, you get to work with in-demand skill sets that would put you ahead of any other person in the job application process. So you get to work with GitHub for version control, all right? You get to work with GitHub. A lot of people have heard of GitHub. How did you leverage GitHub as a data scientist? And if this is the first time you're hearing of version control, I would explain it for you, all right? I would explain it, all right? And the best way to explain it is very simple, okay? If you've ever worked on a Word document, okay, I can remember when we used to write our projects in university, you write your thesis on your Word document. I was working on mine, okay, several hours, over 2 hours of work. I've been working on this thing all night, okay, and something happened, okay. I closed my system and I went back to it in the morning. I just closed it, then I went back to it in the morning just to open it, did not shut down. But I found out that when I woke up in the morning, the laptop had restarted, okay? And I was looking for this document, and I went back to the document, and I found out that all the things I'd been doing in the last 2 hours before I went to bed did not save, okay? That was terrible because I had to do it all over again. 2 hours of work, 2 hours of research, I needed to do it all over again. Now, with version control, that ideally should not exist. And that's why they've invented stuff like OneDrive, all right, Google, okay, Google Workstation, where you can work on your Google Doc, your Google Slides, and all that. You can also work off OneDrive. So as you're working, it is saving automatically. So in the event that something happens, okay, what will happen? You can always revert back to the most previous version. So that's what you call version control. So now, how do you implement this as a data scientist? Now, take for example, you're running your code, okay? All right, you're running your codes, all right, you've built an analytical solution, all right, and there's a cost for you to modify it, there's a cost for you to optimize your analytics, and you went back to that particular code and you start to optimize, and all of a sudden you find out that the changes that you've made, all right, has caused an issue within the analytics. You're not getting errors. Everything you used to do before, you're not getting errors. Best thing to do is to revert back to the version that was working before, okay? That is version control. So you see all those downtime will be reduced significantly by the use of version control. So error handling, and different things within the version control space will be done, all right? So you would also get to work with AI, And you'll be working with two types of AI, okay? You'll be working with ChatGPT and you'll be working with GitHub Copilot for coding, for programming, for Python programming. So you'll be working with ChatGPT and you'll also be working with GitHub Copilot. Last but not the least, you also work with Microsoft Fabrics. Like I hinted at the start, this skill set is still not in demand just yet, but we like to train people ahead of time because when we know that the job market is accepting it, we want people that have gone through our curriculum to be able to apply for these jobs. So we're sort of, putting you into the future, all right, putting your skill set into the future. Now, this is likely going to happen. And when it does happen, guys, you have the skill set already. So we are teaching you ahead of the job market. Do you understand? Now, data engineering, which is the last career path that we're going to look at for today. Okay. The data analysts, all the analytics, all the people that we talked about today, the data analysts, the data scientists, the HR, the financial analysts, they won't be able to do any work. Do you know they won't be able to do any work without the data engineer, right? Now, the data engineer is this person that moves data, all right? So there are different data sources within the organization. There are different data sources within the organization, all right? I remember back then in secondary school, we had water problem, okay? So what we used to do, is everybody had, if people had gotten water, you had your friends that have different buckets of water here and there, okay? And you had your empty bucket in your hand. What would you do? You go and meet this your friend. You go and meet Timmy, get me a bowl of water, all right? And you get water from everybody. You pull everything together into your own bucket. And you see you have a full bucket at the end of the day, okay? So that's essentially like the work of a data engineer, all right? Whereby every organization have data stored in different data sources, okay? We have data stored in different data sources. Some of them will be in the web. So if you have like an organization that has a website that sells a product, that sells product on their website, that is one data source, all right? You have Salesforce, that's another data source. You have QuickBooks, another data source. So you see all these data sources are scattered around the organization. But the data analyst will not be able to make sense of the entire business data. What do they need? They need what we call the data engineer to move all this data into a particular central location, what we call a data warehouse, okay? To move it into what we call a data warehouse in order for the data analyst, the data scientists to be able to perform the analysis and proclaim, to get more insight into the business. So that's what the job of a data engineer is. Basically, moving data from the source location into a destination location. All right. So data exists in database, files, SaaS application, APIs, web sources, and so on and so forth. So how do you gather all this data across all these multiple platforms into one central location so that the data analyst will not be looking for where the data is, okay? The job of the data engineer is to get all this data into a central location, what we call a data warehouse, and make the data accessible to the data analyst, the data scientist, and any other analytical professional or any other stakeholder within the business itself. All right. So now, average salary of a data engineer, all right, we have $50,000, 50,000 pounds in the UK, all right, 50,000 pounds in the UK, Canada, 94,000 Canadian dollars, and the US is 121 US dollars, all right? So, the key learning areas, what would you learn as a data engineer, okay? Firstly, you need to get introduced to the role of data engineering. Data engineering has become one of the most in-demand skills in the data ecosystem, all right? And they are the highest paid currently, when you compare to any other technical skill. So software programming, cybersecurity, data analysts, data scientists, they are the highest paid within the tech space, all right? So why are they being the highest paid? Why are they the highest paid? Anyways, I'll explain it further, okay? So you see, introduction to data engineering is very essential because you need to learn data engineering. You need to learn data engineering to understand. You need to understand certain concepts, all right? What is normalization? What is database? What's the difference between a database, a data warehouse, a data mart, a data lake, a delta lake? There are so many terminologies that you need to understand. So that introduction to data engineering is an essential skill, essential topic that we need to introduce you to understand it a lot better. What is normalization? What is denormalization? All right, what is ETL? Extract, transform, and load. What are these terminologies? We explain it to you in the introductory course. All right. So, can you guys see my screen? I guess you guys can see my screen, yeah? Just to confirm, guys. Okay, yes, okay, thank you. So you might need to work on your side. All right. So now the key learning areas, introduction to data engineering. You get to start with learning what is data engineering. You move into SQL. SQL, that's structured query language. And that's because you're going to be working with different databases, different data sources. So you need to be able to write SQL in order for you to extract data from these different sources. So SQL, you see how SQL is very essential across different career paths that we have. And that's because every organization stores their data, okay, in a database. So how do you extract the data? So as a data engineer, you'll be learning SQL to the extraction process, the transformation process. You get to work with SQL to perform all that. So you also get to learn Python. These are the two key technologies you need to learn in order for you to succeed in data engineering, Python and SQL. So you learn that. You also learn Linux for batch commands. Okay, you learn Linux. Linux is part of the technology you're also going to learn. Okay. Thereafter, you move into building custom ETL pipelines. ETL, like I have it here, extract, transform, and load. So ETL is an acronym that stands for extract, transform, and load. Extract, transform, load. So basically, you're extracting the data from those various data sources, you're extracting it. So you see all those points where data exists in the organization. The data engineer should be able to extract data from these various data sources, clean it up. That's what we call transformation. All right, you clean the data, all right, and you load it into a data source in order for the data analysts and data scientists they should have clean and ready data. So the data engineer is the one that does all those transformation, those cleaning, and all those things, so that whenever it gets to the data analyst, they don't need to do any form of cleaning, they don't need to do any form of analysis, they don't need to do any form of transformation. It's been all done by the data engineer. All right. So you get to work with databases, API sources, web scraping, so on and so forth. Okay. All right. You get to work with Apache Spark. Okay, you get to work with Apache Airflow for data pipeline automation. All right, you get to work with AWS. Okay, so AWS is a cloud platform. I think the most dominant cloud platform in the industry, and it's one of the most in-demand, cloud platform that you would need in order for you to get started in data and cloud engineering. So you get to work with cloud AWS to perform, cloud orchestration, cloud ETL. You get to build several projects around the cloud AWS itself. You also get to work with version control using GitHub. Okay, so I've explained version control in the earlier session with the data scientists. Also, you get to work with ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot. So you're going to be learning in-demand skills in order for you to succeed as a data engineer. So you'll be learning quite a number of skills cutting across Python, all right, for your programming skills, all right. You get to work with Draw.io to build data architectures, all right. You get to work with SQL, Linux, Apache Spark. You get to work with Airflow, AWS, GitHub, ChatGPT, and GitHub Copilot. So these are the things that you will be learning during the training program. And it's like I said, it's a fantastic role. All right, fantastic role you'll be learning. And the learning timeline for this is 4 months. 4 months. So you have 3 months of learning, 3 months of working on different projects, ETL pipeline, web scraping projects, working with API projects, cloud engineering projects. Then after 3 months, you still get 1 month of immersive, 1 month of immersive internship where you get to own your skills, learn more, do more projects, and work as a data engineer. Now, the big question now that you would ask yourself is, why should you train with Analytics? Why Analytics? Of all the places where I could get resources, all right, why should you choose Analytics? All right, now it's because of this key 5 reasons. Okay, so I have 5 reasons here, and the first one is up-to-date curriculum. Now, we work in the industry, and we also have a pool of experts that are currently also working in the industry, and we're always constantly reviewing our curriculum. So our curriculum is always in tune with what we have in the industry. So every time you have a masterclass, or we have a session, or we have a training program, we are always updating our curriculum to suit the industry standard or what is currently attainable in the industry. All right. The next part is industry expert with hands-on experience. So if you take a look at me, myself, and Ades are the founders and co-founders of Technalytics, we have a wealth of experience. And we also work with a pool of experts that have wealth of experience. Now, there's a popular saying in Nigeria, they'll say, follow who know road, okay? Basically means follow the person that knows the road. So take, for example, you're moving, you're going to a destination and that you've never been there before, all right? You find it difficult to get there. Sometimes you get there, you walk past the place, then you start to find your way back. It's very, very cumbersome. But now, with the expert, if you know somebody that knows that a particular place you're going to, and you go with that person, there's a likelihood you get there faster and in time. And that's the reason why we are working with industry experts with hands-on experience, people that have gone through this, people that have transitioned, people that have experience on how to succeed in the career path. Those are the people that you will be working with. So hands-on industry experience. Those are the people that would be holding your hands and guiding you through your program as, coming whatever career path that you choose. Now, the other part is blended training delivery. When I say blended, it is mixed, all right? So the training program is virtual. All our training programs are virtual-based training program. So regardless of anywhere you are in the world, you're in Canada, you're in the US, you're in the UK, you are in Germany, you're in France, you're in Zimbabwe, you're in South Africa, you're in Cameroon, you're in Nigeria, regardless of anywhere you are in the world, this training program will reach you. So it is virtual, first of all. Now, the other part of the blended approach is what we call Watch Me Do It, all right? We call it WMID. WMDI. All right? Watch Me Do It, WMDI videos, Watch Me Do It videos. So these videos are bite-sized videos, short clips. All right. So you want to build a dashboard in 2 hours. You want to build a report in 30 minutes. So we have created videos that will teach you certain concepts, certain conventions in shorter duration. All right. So when you come to class, you would have understood those concepts using those, watch me do it videos. All right. So we have practical watch me do it videos. We have explanatory watch me do it videos. We have different watch me do it videos that we have compiled. So even if you're a slow learner, for example, if you're better, I am a slow learner. I don't know how to pick up things within 3 hours. I don't know how to pick up things very quickly. That's fine. We have what we call these watch me do it videos that you could watch. So all our classes will be paced. Everybody will be at the same pace at every point in time in the classes. Okay. So you have those watch me do it videos that would assist you, that would act as guidance. All right. So if you're a slow learner, you can watch the watch me do it videos. Okay. Get yourself abreast of what you need to learn and watch the recording. Then you are always going to be fine at every point in time. Now, the next part that you need to learn, the next part why you should train with Technalytics is the additional employability services. Now, the key thing for us, honestly speaking, it's not just the technical skills. It's you not just learning data analytics, data science, data engineering, and so on. All right. These are not the key things for us. The key thing is for us, for you to get a job. Can you imagine? The key thing for us is to tell you, you can learn the skill set and get a job. So that is why this particular skill set, this particular aspect, we lay so much emphasis, we lay so much importance on the additional employability services. All right. And I'm going to explain that in a few seconds, but we provide an exceptional additional employability services. All right. The last but not the least is virtual internship and expert review. So you see all our training programs come with virtual internship in the sense that you get to work on more industry relevant projects, okay? And you get to see how you perform if you find yourself in that particular role. So you get to, we build up scenarios of, you working as a data analyst, a data engineer, and I'm going to share some of those projects with you all right? And you get to see that, oh, you get more confident in your skills. Because one of the major reasons why people don't succeed in their career path is what we call imposter syndrome. They feel like they need to still learn more. I'm not good enough. I've not learned enough. All right. Well, we've created this virtual internship program to enhance that particular skill set that you've built over time. All right. So you get to mimic the work environment, you get to work as a data analyst, and you get that expert opinion, expert review on all the projects that you get to work on. And when you combine all these things together, that is why you should train with Chainalytics. Up-to-date curriculum, hands-on experts, hands-on experienced experts from industry experts, all right, blended training curriculum with watch me do it videos and live classes. You have additional employability services. I'm going to explain further. Then you have the virtual internship to immerse yourself, to get you started, all right, in the career path that you've chosen. And after you combine all these things together, that's how you now become a master data scientist, a master business analyst, a master data scientist, master data engineer, master HR analyst, a master financial analytics professional, and last but not the least, okay? Those are the things you will get to learn. So it's blended. The only key thing for us is for you to get a job, study training program. It's not just for you to upskill yourself. You'll see right from the onset, all the things that we talk about, it's not just you upskill. We're not talking about upskilling. All right. The key thing for us is get a job. Either it is a remote job, a job within your local environment. You need to get a job in tech. Well, that is what we're doing. We'll help you and hold you to get you that job. Now, let's talk more about these employability services that we read now. Okay. Number one, CV review sessions. All right. CV review is something that a lot of people don't understand. Your CV is your gateway to the future. I won't lie to you. So I will tell a little bit of story about myself. So, when I finished my master's and I was looking for a job, this was a couple of years ago. All right. I was using my CV from Nigeria. Okay. And it had so many irrelevant things in there. The way it structured, the tone of my words while I was my job description, everything was off. And you know what? I used the CV I applied the CV. I applied for different jobs using the CV for several job roles. And guess what? I got so many rejections that I felt like, oh, I'm not good enough in this country. Like I'm not good enough in this particular country. Not knowing that my CV had a problem. All right. So there's something, a lot of these advanced countries now, I would say in Europe, in the US, in Canada, and even some countries in Africa currently use it. It's called the ATS. That's a terrible way of writing ATS. So I'm going to clean it and write it again. All right. So it's called the ATS, Applicants Tracking Software. Okay. So there was a time during the time when I was applying for jobs, like I explained, okay? And I applied for this particular job, and in less than 10 minutes, in less than 30 seconds, I got a rejection email. All right. And I felt like the HR recruiter must have just seen my CV and sent me a rejection email immediately, saw my CV. And I was worried, not knowing that it is a software that is tracking people that submit their CV. So if your CV doesn't have a certain standard, it doesn't look in a certain way, it's not standardized, it doesn't have the keywords for that particular job role, you get an instant rejection email. But nobody taught me this. And that's the reason why we're adding it to one of the key things that we're going to teach you. CV review. You can be the best data engineer in the world. But if you don't have a good resume, you don't have a good CV, you will likely not get called. Honestly speaking, you will likely not get called. How do you package yourself? How do you look fresh and clean on your CV? All right, in order for you to look attractive to potential employers, recruiters across the world, and so on. So that's what we do for you. We help you revamp your CV. We help you review your CV. We perform this one-on-one CV review to help you understand where you're coming from and get to where you're going to in terms of your CV. So we help you revamp your CV. Second part is LinkedIn optimization. All right. You see, the trading skill this is not technical anymore. All right. This is we talking about employability. We're thinking, how can you get a job? You've left the technical skill. We've left the technical skills. Now, you've learned those parts. How can you get a job? LinkedIn optimization is one of the critical things that you will learn. All right. We help you optimize your LinkedIn profile. Now, guess what? How does LinkedIn optimization work? It basically works like search engine optimization. So if the recruiter goes on LinkedIn, which is one of the main sources for getting jobs, job postings, and all that, you go on LinkedIn to get a job. Okay. And the recruiter searches for, oh, I'm looking for an HR analyst, oh, I'm looking for a financial analyst or a commercial analyst. All right. Will your profile on LinkedIn, will it pop up as one of the potential candidates for that particular role? You will likely get no. It's likely not going to pop up. All right. And that's where LinkedIn optimization comes in. If they are looking for a particular role, all right, if a recruiter is looking for a particular role, your CV, your profile on LinkedIn should pop up as a best fit for that particular role. So if they're looking for a business analyst, your profile should come up as a potential candidate to reach out to. So there's something we do. If you don't receive emails, they call it emails. If you only receive emails from marketers and all those sort of, I don't know, marketers majorly on LinkedIn, then your profile is not optimized. Okay. Recruiters should be chasing you. Now, guess what? We optimized one of our participants' profile. This was early this year, and it got 4 places. 4. Someone based in the UK that never used to get recruiter reaching out to him got 4 within 2 weeks. All right. So it got from HSBC, it got from KPMG, it got from PwC, and it got from Cognizant. All right. Eventually got a job with HSBC. I currently work with HSBC. All right. Now, these are the things that you don't understand. That you feel like even these guys are exaggerating it, all right? But you never know until you do it, all right? LinkedIn Pro optimization is one of the best things that will get you ahead of any person anywhere across the world, okay? The next thing is Upwork optimization. Upwork is a freelance website where you can work freelance. So if you don't want to work 9 to 5, you don't want to do that contracting, you don't even want to work remotely, you just want to work at your own pace, you want to get a contract in the US, work on it for like 2 months, move on to a new contract. Do you understand? You want to work freelance, you want to do freelance. Upwork is the destination for you. All right. So Upwork provides so many job opportunities for data analysts, business analysts, financial analysts, HR analysts, in order for you to work freelancing. And I'm going to show you that particular platform as we go on. Okay. Now, navigating the job market is one of the essential parts of what you will learn. Navigating the job market. Now, let me tell you the reason why navigating the job market is very essential. You are a beginner, all right? A data analyst, for example, only thinks they can apply for data analyst position. So when you go online, what would you search as a data analyst? You search for data analyst jobs in London, data analyst jobs in Edmonton, data analyst jobs in Lagos, data analyst jobs in Cape Town. That's what you search for. That's you just limiting the number of jobs you can work in. Now, take for example, I work as a global business systems analyst. Now, that's not data related. It doesn't have anything. The only word there that is the analyst at the end of it. All right. But if I'd seen that job, I would say that, oh, I can't apply for this job. Okay. The same thing with a business analyst. A business analyst will just go on job and put in business analyst in Katangura. Do you understand? That's the only key word. Because I learned business analyst, I should apply for only business analyst roles. All right. But no, that's absolutely wrong. There are quite a number of other job roles you could do: process improvement, change management. There's so many things you can actually do. And that's what we bring to you during the Navigating the Job Market session, whereby we expose you not just to the type of jobs you can do, all right, but how do you get jobs outside your region? So if you're in Kenya, for example, and you want to work for a firm in the US, is it possible? Absolutely. Yes, 100%. We have tons of people in Kenya, Nigeria, Cameroon, Sierra Leone that are working for firms in the US, but that have gone through to analytics, that are currently working for firms in the US. We will share some of these testimonials with you as we go on. So you see, seeing is believing, isn't it? All right. And you see that these guys are working remotely, working from their own country for a firm in the US, and they're earning in foreign currency. Okay. How do you navigate the job market? How do you achieve this? It's a key question. And that's what we do during the Navigating the Job Market session. So regardless of anywhere you are, okay, and there's something we usually say, and I've said it at the start of the session, the skills you're learning is what we call global tech skills. Global, the key word there is global. So you're not learning business analysis to become the best business analyst in Kenya, in Nigeria, in Zimbabwe, or in the UK, all right? That skill, business analysis, they need it in Canada, they need it in the US, they need it in Australia, they need it in New Zealand, they need it in Dubai. How do you get access to these jobs? How do you get it? How do you navigate the job market? That's the key question. So if you're in Nigeria and you feel like, oh, I just learned data science, I should be looking for jobs in Lagos. That's you just limiting yourself. The skills that you have are needed in another country entirely. So how do you get these jobs in the Philippines, in New Zealand, in Australia? Those are the things that we are going to expose to you. All right. I'm sure that's extremely interesting for you. But like I said, the key thing for us is not you learning the technical skills and you upskilling yourself. The key thing for us is for you to learn the skill and get a job eventually. That's the key thing. That's one thing you should have at the back of your mind. Every time you see your stalking, the key thing for us is for you to get a job after the training curriculum. So the next part is recommendation and reference letter. A lot of people don't know how important this skill is. Take, for example, someone that has never worked as a data engineer before that applies for a role of a data engineer. All right, you're working as a customer service representative, you're working in sales, and you just learned data analytics, you learned data engineering. You're actually very good in that role of a data engineer. You understand all the processes you need to understand. Well, you know, recruiter is going to ask you, please, can you get a recommendation letter or a reference letter from your previous organization? All right. Or can I get somebody that can stand in for your skill set from your previous organization? And this is where a lot of people have difficulty. Because if you've been working as a salesperson or a carpenter, okay, and you've learned the skill set, but your previous organization knows that you're working as a carpenter or as a salesperson, they would never stand in for you. All right. And this is where a lot of people lose out on so many opportunities because there is no person that can stand in for them. Now, the good news for you is that analytics will stand in for you. You can actually claim work experience from Analytics and use that as a stepping stone for you to get started. And that's one thing that has really helped a ton of our people transition into the tech space. I mean, there was a lady that has always been a baker all her life, okay? Moved to the UK, and guess what? She got a job with one of the top health regulators here in the UK. How is she able to transition from being a baker to becoming a data scientist in an health regulator in the UK? We studied for her. She worked with us. She did a training curriculum. She did the internship, and she claimed work experience from Analytics. We offered her, gave her the recommendation letter, reference letter, and she used it in securing that job. So we do all this for you. And even if you're trying to pursue a master's or PhD that requires you to have industry experience or learning experience, we will stand in for you. All right. There's a lady also in Canada always wanted to do bioinformatics and all this health related analytics, but she found out that she needed a learning experience or hands-on experience. So she went through the data science training program. Now she's doing a PhD. So we gave her the recommendation letter that she's good. She learned these are the things that she did, basically providing her all the information that she did through the training program in the recommendation letter. And now she works, she's doing a PhD in bioinformatics and some other kind of analytics within the biology area. Now, the next part, last but not the least, is job and interview preparation. Now, you learn a skill set, and this is why people will tell you it's impossible for you to get a job. Okay, if you learn data analytics, you can't get a job. It's very difficult, and that's because they fail at interviews. All right. So you've never gone for a business analyst, data scientist job interview before. You likely don't know the kind of interview questions they are going to ask you. All right. Or you don't even know how to answer these questions, which is very critical. All right. Take, for example, can we meet you? You go for an interview and they're asking you, my name is Oladipupo Ogunbukola. All right. All right. Can we meet you, Bukola? And you're telling them, my name is Bukola. I am female. I'm a female with 2 children. That's not to answer the question. Tell me about yourself. We have our own way. Okay. All right. And it's a very easy and standard way of answering this question. It's called the SEAT approach. How do you answer questions like, tell me about yourself? Can we meet you? All right. Okay. Let's know more about you. How do you answer this question? Do you freestyle it? No, you absolutely don't freestyle it. You go through a step-by-step approach to get to your destination, which is called the SEAT approach. The SEAT approach is it's an acronym in which I'm not going to tell you yes. Okay. Rather, I'll tell you the second one, which is situational based question. Like, oh, if you're a data, oh, you have experience working as a data engineer. Can you tell me about a time you built a pipeline that had issues? How were you able to solve the issues, and so on and so forth? How do you tell a story, or how do you answer situational based question or scenario based question? There's another technique which is very popular. That one I can tell you, okay, which is the STAR technique. Okay, STAR stands for the situation. You talk about the situation first, you talk about the task, you talk about the actions you took, and the results. Okay, so how do you answer those questions, and how do you practice? Very important. Okay, so what makes you succeed? It's actually not the technical skills. All right, yes, the technical skills is just 50%, and that's why we see the other 50%. This is what you need. All right, and this is why people will struggle to get a job, because they don't have these extra employability services. First of all, their CV is not good. They don't have a LinkedIn, they don't have an optimized LinkedIn profile. They don't know how to navigate the job markets. They're only applying for one specific type of job. All right. They don't have people that can stand in for them. They don't have people that can prepare them for interviews. And that's what we do to get you that next job. All right. We are emphatic. We are 100% in the game for you to get that next job. So that's why we have put all these things together. Now, we also have mentorship session, which is more or less like an add-on. All right. Now, these mentorship sessions, there's a reason why we're going through all this, and I want you guys to listen, because it's not just the technical skills, it's not just it's not just learning Python, learning Excel, learning Power BI. You need to get a job. Now, the mentorship session is where we bring in experts, industry experts, come and speak to you, all right? To come and mentor you, to tell you that, okay, this is how I started. It was difficult when I started, all right? But, I persevere, and now I am currently the team lead for a Fortune 500 company, all right? When I moved to the UK, I didn't get a job in 2 months, but I persevered, and now I work with a FANG organization. FANG is Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, and Google. These are the things that you want to see how people are able to achieve this during the mentorship session. All right. So we bring in people during the mentorship session to speak to you. We also have different activities we do during the mentorship session. So it's not just every time we're bringing in a person. We also talk to you. How do you negotiate a salary? So when they offer you a salary, is at the end. All right. How do you negotiate a salary? How do you answer questions during the interview? So we do all these sessions during the mentorship session, just so that you are abreast of all the things you need to know in order for you to get a job. Last but not the least, we have on-the-job support. I'm sure this is what most people are looking for. Okay. If I get a job and they give me a task, okay, and I cannot do it, is that the end of my job? Absolutely not. Okay, beat your hand on your chest that you have Tenalytics at your back. All right. I want you, where you are now, say Tenalytics got your back. Tenalytics got your back. Repeat it to yourself several times, and I'm sure you're going to believe it. We have your back. All right. So once you get a job and they're giving you a task that you cannot perform, beat your chest again and say, Tenalytics got my back. You get me? Okay. So just reach out to anybody on the team, and we'll jump on a call with you to solve that particular problem. So we do what we call on-the-job support. So you get a job, the key thing for you to get a job and succeed in that particular role. I had a lady, all right, based in Norway, that had the same issue, reached out to me quickly, and in less than 30 minutes, guess what? She was able to solve the problem. Okay. And the interesting fact about that is, this particular task that was given to her was the first week on the job. It was actually the second day on the job. So, they were busy, and they felt like, okay, do you know what? Let's just keep this girl busy. All right. I give her the task that nobody was able to complete. So let her be playing with that for that week of introduction. I'll be working on that. So when she saw the activity, it was a data analyst. She was a data analyst on that particular job. Okay. It was a advanced conditional formatting that incorporates so many variables in order for them to build up a condition. All right. So obviously she was confused. All right. And she didn't want to mess up. So she sent me a message and she said, oh, Ifemena, this is the job I got, this is what's happening, and we went through it together. And in about 30 minutes, we were able to solve it, share screen, work on the data, do this, try and error, everything worked out, and she tendered it to the boss. And they were surprised. This is something that nobody within the team for several months, they've not been able to solve, and she solved it. And now she felt so impressed. They felt so impressed that they have hired the right person. And overall from there, she still comes into our program to give testimonials, to talk to people that, these are people have your back at every point in time. Either once you've gone through Analytics, 100% I can beat my chest, Analytics will get your back. Okay, so these are the things, the employability services that people are saying, these are the things that we add on, all right, in order for you to get started. You listen to the testimonials and you definitely understand exactly what we're talking about. All right. So the internship program, okay, is 1 month and is a 1 month immersive program. When I say immersive, can you say immersive? Immersive in the sense that all the skill set that you've learned, all the technical skills that you've learned. Now, what we do is we build up a scenario, okay? And now this scenario are industry relevant projects, okay? In the sense that things that we have worked on personally as data analysts, data scientists, business analysts, data engineers, and so on, we use it to build up a scenario for you, all right? In order for you to work on those industry relevant projects, okay? Now, this internship, all right, you can add it to your CV to tell potential employers that, oh, I'm currently working with analytics as a data analyst. I'm currently working with this as a business analyst. I'm currently working with analytics as a data engineer, and so on and so forth. So you could leverage analytics. So this is an opportunity for you to leverage analytics as a stepping stone to getting that new job that you're looking for. All right. So you're working in customer service, you're working in sales, you're working in a department that is not even technically inclined. Don't worry. That's why we have the internship, so you can leverage in order for you to get what you're looking for. So you can add it to your CV, you can add it to your LinkedIn profile, you can add it anywhere to tell people that you're currently working with. It's analytics. The second part is 1 month to own your skills. So a lot of people are not confident, even after they've learned, all right, for 3 months, they feel like they're not still good enough. Because this internship basically provides the avenue for you to own your skill, to see that, oh, I can actually do this. Given this particular scenario, this is what I'll do. And this is the result I actually got. This is the presentation I made. All right. And people are absolutely, amazed with this. And this has really been a confidence booster for most people looking to get started in the tech space. All right. So during the training program, you work on an average of 6 additional projects to add to your portfolio, all right, of projects that you work during the course curriculum. You also get industry expert review. So in the projects you work on, you get that project review with an expert where you get to, explain, you get more industry relevant project, and somebody in the industry that has gone through that particular task will tell you, ways you can actually use to do to improve the project. Now, take for example, this particular, just to digress a little, all right? Okay, don't worry. I'll explain it in the next part of it, okay? So you get a project review with an expert, somebody in the industry holding your hands and get you started in the tech space. Now, some of the projects you work on, okay, these are more towards the analytics side, okay? And guess what? These are projects that we have worked on personally, all right? So some of the projects, the names have been adjusted to change the name of the business so you don't know the business. Some of them are based in the UK, some of them are based in Canada. So because of data protection, data security, and all that, we need some of the details of the organization. All right, so like Castro Technology Workplace Sport Facility is an actual business based in the UK. All right. Nestle is a popular brand, so that one we just adjusted it so that you can also do your analysis, for product analytics and so on. Online food delivery preference. This was based on a company in Nigeria. The names have been adjusted, obviously, but it's for a food delivery company that is actually breaking headwaves currently in Nigeria at the moment. Okay. And these are the projects. So like I said, we work as contractors. We have a pool of experts that are currently working with us, and we use their real life experience to build case studies. Okay. And that's what you're going to be working on. So truck feed industry budget and actual analysis, those are the kind of projects you're going to be working on. Fraudulent bank transactions, employee attrition in IBM. So we have one of our facilitators working with IBM All right, and that is what we're currently using as one of the case studies for employee attrition, HR analytics, and so on and so forth. All right, data science salaries, we have ACE Analytics employee time tracking, and you see we have a ton of projects that you're going to be working on. And guess what? Like I said, these are industry relevant projects that we've worked on, that we have rejigged, that we've redesigned, we've formatted for learning purposes. So you can claim work experience because you would have worked on these case studies. All right. I'll share some of the case studies with you. Okay. Don't worry. All right. So the facilitator for the program, I'm going to share some of the profile. Adeza is one of the facilitator. We all met Adeza. I'm sure you enjoyed the first part of the training program. Myself also, I'll be one of the facilitator for the training program. We have Mohammed Suleiman, also a fantastic experienced guy that worked with Alfa Romeo in the US. All right. Okay, and he has empowered, he has done quite a number of experience working, optimizing supply chain analytics, from supply chain to logistics, all right, and, wealth of experience coming from his senior data associate currently with Analytics. So he's a data analyst and the data scientist, wealth of experience working with Excel, Power BI, Tableau, SQL, and Python to solve critical business problems across different businesses across the world, all right. Oladapo Siabola, okay, senior consultant, risk advisory, Deloitte, Bermuda. So you see, we have quite a number of professionals across the world, bringing them together to train you to become the best professional that you are. And you'll notice these are Africans also that are doing this, okay? So you have the free will to ask questions, okay? Any kind of question, okay? You can actually ask, you don't need to, you can actually relate with these professionals, all right? So Dakpo currently is a Big Four, is part of the Big Four, working for a Big Four consulting firm. He has taught over 1,800 people on advanced analytics, working with Excel and different problem-solving techniques. Dakpo is a solid professional and also a solid trainer also. All right. Olugbemi Akaribo, business data analyst with Law Depot, Canada. Olugbemi used to work in Nigeria, relocated to Canada, went through Analytics, used to work as a banker in Nigeria, went through Analytics, when he got to Canada, he wanted to get a good job. So he went through the training program, data analytics training program, and eventually got a job as a business data analyst. With this excitement, when he saw his package as his salary package, he did not, he came back to tell Adeza to tell him that, do you know what? I actually want to tell people, I actually want to help more people transition, because everybody that traveled to Canada with him, people that he met there in Canada, were advising him to do what we call menial jobs, okay? Survivor jobs is what they refer to it as. To do survivor job when he lands in Canada, shovel snow, shovel this, shovel that, work in care, do these, do the normal survivor jobs and all that. Call it survivor job for you to survive. You can't be rich, but you'll be surviving. But, he didn't want to do this, and that's the reason why he went through the curriculum and he got a job. And, when he got the salary, he said, Adeza, I would like to train more people. I would like to impact more people. I want to get more people within the Canadian workspace to the Canadian environment, get them into the technical space. All right, data analytics, in his business analysis, he has both experience now. And guess what? He also received over 2 offers in the last 6 months in order for him to get a better pay, better job. And Olugbemi is absolutely solid guy that has gone through analytics and now is willing to give back to people that are also going to go through analytics. So we have Eselgena Brahima, absolutely astute professional with a wealth of experience, not just training professionals, but also deploying data science initiative for businesses across Africa and Europe. She has a wealth of experience, not just, building machine learning models, but also deploying it into businesses and, causing impact for these businesses. So like I said, you're going to be working with people that have hands-on experience. And see what she had a first-class degree in structural engineering. Okay, has a little bit of mathematics and all that in engineering, but these are skills that she learns and she's able to deploy them not just within Africa, but outside of Africa also. And you see, these are just some of the people you get to work with. You get to work with Nene, a commercial analytics professional based in the UK. Inena is a project manager with one of the top consulting firms here in the UK. Obina currently works as shuffle as a data scientist, data engineer, and is also based in Canada. Cheryl is a senior business analyst with a fintech company here in the UK. Emmanuel is the head of human resources for one of the big four consulting firms in Nigeria. Ibrahim, machine learning engineer based in the UK. Kelvin, data engineer, fintech company based in Nigeria. Teniola, customer digital with a big four consulting firm in the UK. Abdurrahman, big four consulting in the UK. Francis, senior business analyst working for a tech company based here in the UK. So you see, it's amazing the pool of experts that we have garnered around, different subject areas across the world. And you notice one thing, these are all Africans doing this, are able to transition, work for international firms. These things that people feel like, oh, I need international experience to get a job. These are the things, those are the myths that we like to debunk. All right. So if you're looking to get started, work with us, okay, to get started. We have, quite a number of people that have gone through us, and some of the places you can apply for jobs to get sponsorship. All right, these are some of the sites. If you're based in the UK, for guys in the UK, these are some of the websites that you could actually go through in order to get jobs in the UK, sponsorship jobs in the UK. So if you're looking to get sponsored, please check out the website. We would also have sessions before the end of the month on how you can actually get sponsored job in the UK, and also how you can get remote jobs anyways. So these are some of the job sites, and this is just part of the things we'll cover during navigating the job market. So we're always going to be looking out for you to how you can get a job, how you can improve yourself, how you can get a better job, how you can get a better pay, how you can negotiate your salary, how you can get the best opportunities for you. All right. So if you're in Canada, also for sponsorship jobs in Canada, we have Monster, we have Job Bank, we have the Government of Canada Job Bank, we have Indeed, LinkedIn, Google Jobs, Robot Half, we have ZipRecruiter, and so on and so forth. All right. So, those are the kind of things that you're going to be learning. Do you understand? And in terms of remote jobs, I'm in Kenya, I'm in Nigeria, I'm in Cameroon. I want to work for a firm in the US. How do I do it? How do I get this job? So these are some of the websites you could also explore to get this remote site. And guess what? We are going to teach you how to do it. All right? We are going to hold your hands. Literally all the process that we have here is designed for us to hold your hands and guide you. So you're never going to be doing this by yourself. Okay? So, but for the first time, we'll give you this site for you to explore. Go to Flex Jobs, all right, and you get to see all the remote jobs that are currently available for you looking to get started, And let me just use the next maybe 2 seconds to show you, actually. 2 seconds, I'll just show you quickly, all right? So I'm just going to open the browser and I'm going to go to Flex Jobs. So you see that these sites are sites that, all right, so I'm going to go to Flex Job, and you see these are remote jobs. And you see the number one job site to find remote jobs, no ads, spams, junks. Find your next flexible hybrid or work from home jobs. And you can easily just search for the keyword. I'm going to look for data analyst. Okay. And I'm not going to put in any location, and you'll see all the jobs, data analyst. And guess what? These are all data analyst position. So you see, Flex Job is one of the places you can go to. Built-in is another fantastic place. Glassdoor is another fantastic place. LinkedIn is a fantastic place for you to get remote jobs. We will show you how to get these remote jobs. Don't worry, we have your back all through the way. All right. So the next cohort of this training program and the last cohort for the year 2023. So if you're ready to get started, can you put a yeah in the chat? I want to see you typing yeah in the chat if you are looking to get started with the next cohort on the 4th of November, 2023. Yeah. Let's go. I love this. All right. Amazing. I'm sure you guys have learned a thing or two from what we've discussed together. All right. So we have a course starting on the 4th of November, 2023. That's in about 3 weeks from now. All right. And this cohort is going to be the last cohort for the year. Okay. So there's no other cohort for next, till next year. So if you're looking to get started, if you're looking to get a head start before the new year, so you're looking to transition, you're looking to get started before the new year starts, 2024 is going to come again. All right. And if you're looking to postpone yourself, okay, that you start next year, trust me, the people that start this year would likely, be the ones to latch up that opportunity that's going to start for the first half of the year. Okay, so if you're looking to get started, this is the last cohort for the year. So, and you want to be a part of it. Now, during the next cohort, the original fee of this training program is 600 Canadian dollars. In pounds, it is 400 pounds. And in Naira, it is 400,000 Naira. Okay, so this is the original fee of the training program. And guess what? Adeza mentioned something at the start of the session. Adeza mentioned that we have a discount for people that wait till the end of the session. We have a discount for people that wait till the end of the session. So if you wait to the end of the session, we have a discount, and the discount is this. Okay. So, all right. So the discount is only for the first 20 people for each program. That's what you need to understand. The discount is only for the first 20 people for each program. Just give me a second, guys. Sorry, give me a second. Sorry, I should have. Adeza, are you there? Okay, so I'm just trying to I made slides. I'm showing the long slide. So I just want to quickly all right. So the discount is only available for the first 20 people that apply for each of the training program. First 20 people that apply or that pay for the first training program. All right. So if you're looking to get started, this is the best time for you to get started. This is the best time for you to, not next week, not next year. This is the best time for you to get started. So this training program, like I said, is designed for beginners that are looking to transition, looking to break into tech. It's hands-on experience will build you on all the things you need to learn in order for you to get started. All right. So if you're looking to get started, please be among the top 20 people to register for the training program. Now, like I said, the original fee for this training program is 400 pounds or 400,000 Naira, or even in Canada, 600 Canadian dollars. Now, the discount for this training program is 100 pounds. So you'll notice that from 400 pounds, now it is 300 pounds, okay, or 300,000 Naira. Okay, so we've done 100 pounds or 100,000 Naira discount. Now, if you can actually pay in 2 installments, you can actually pay in 2 installments. Now, in order for you to secure your position, for the 4th of November, all right, you can secure your position by paying the first installment of 200 pounds or 200,000 Naira to secure your position. Okay. Now, the second payment, guess what, comes 1 month into the training program. It comes 1 month into the training program. So you can secure your position now and be part of the first 20 people to register for the program. So if you want to become a data analyst, for example, all you need to secure your position now is 200 pounds or 200,000 Naira in order for you to get started. Okay. Now, for data engineering is slightly more expensive, okay, without a discount, and that's just because of how expensive and how difficult it is for you to get experts that actually will sit down and train you on data engineering. So data engineering is still 400 pounds, okay, and 400,000 Naira equivalent, or you could pay the discount of, you could pay the first installment of 300 pounds in order for you to get started, and you could pay the balance of 100 pounds 1 month into the training program, 1 month into the training program. So you see, these are the discounts. The discounted is heavily discounted in order for you to get started. Now, if you're looking to get started, this is the best time for you to get started. This is the best time for you to get started. So let me see, it is 100% virtual. Priscilla, do we have anybody coming to speak? Just to...
No, we don't, Ifemena.
Okay, So just for me to walk you through it, the payment option. All right.
Yes, sir. Just to quickly clarify, I can see some people are sending messages in the chat. Matthew is saying from 270K to 300K. So just to clarify that very quickly, guys, it's very simple. The fees for those living in Nigeria, you are very well aware of the exchange rate fluctuation. So you'll notice that the discounted fee for the pounds, for the Canadian dollars remains the same. However, we increased the fees for the Naira last month, and the Femena had just uploaded the previous slide for a previous session. So he uploaded the corrected slide a few seconds ago. So that's simply what it is. Okay, so I hope that addresses the question.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So exchange rate has always been something to look out for. And looking at what we have currently today, without a doubt in the industry, like I said, I've said several times today, the key thing for us is for you to get a job after the training program or even before you complete the training program. And you see, that's why we are so heavy, not just on the technical side, bringing an expert to train you, but also on the additional employability side, where you get to learn more about how you can actually get this job, remote or job within your local environment. Okay, so if you're looking to get started, please be amongst the first 20 people to, to register. And let me tell you what ideally happens, okay? All right, today is Sunday, all right? And I can tell you for free, before Wednesday, currently we have over 600 people. We had over 1,000 people that joined the session today. All right. We still have people on YouTube currently still watching the session. All right. So if you want to be part of the first 20 people, please, I would advise you to secure a position. After the first 20 people have paid, all right, the cost is going to revert to the original cost of £400 or 400,000 naira. Okay, so that's exactly what it is. So if you want to be part of the first 20 people to register, please click on the link. This link here, it's called the main stack link. All right, and it is Enroll 10Analytics. So once you click on the link, we have our people on the site, on the chat section. Okay, putting the links in there. All you need to do is click on the link in order for you to get started. Okay, so click on the link. Just give me a second. Let me take the link and show you how to navigate it real quick. Okay, so it's loading at the moment, and I'm going to show you real quick. Still loading. Give it a second. I'm going to show you now. All right, so this is it here. All right, so if once you click on the 10Analytics, the main stack link that is sent to the group chat, Priscilla currently is the one sending it. All right, so once you click on the main stack link, it's going to take you to this particular web page. All right, so you can get access to all the programs that we talked about today: data analytics, data science, business analysis, and so on. All right, you can get access to the full brochure. So the brochures contain in-depth detail of what you'll be learning. Take, for example, let's take a look at business analysis over here. So you will learn all the things you learn under business analysis. And you see over 40% of projects fail due to the lack of planning. Are you ready to become a master business analyst and so on? So it basically gives you detail about what you would learn during the training program. So you see, I just gave you high-level stuff of what you'll be learning for each of the curriculum. Okay, so you learn Excel, Power BI, Tableau, and all that. Okay, so but yeah, you get to see the in-depth of exactly what you learn. So project initiation, what would you learn in project initiation planning? The role of a business analyst, understanding business objective, what's the stakeholder, assigning responsibility using the RISI metrics, stakeholder register and templates. You get to work with agile essentials, software development lifecycle, requirement fundamentals, business analysis toolkits. All this in-depth of the things you'll be learning during the curriculum is what you'll be working on. All right. Now, the business analysis is in twofold. You have the Saturday and you have the Saturday classes, all right, morning and evening classes. So if you're in Canada or you're in the US, you can actually select the morning class or the evening class. So if you're in Nigeria or you're in Europe, you can always select the evening class, the morning classes, which is between 11 to 2 p.m. Like I said, The brochures contain all the information that you need in order for you to select the timing, the time that works for you, and so on and so forth. So this is it that explains it better. All right. So Saturday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. West African time. And on Sunday, we have self-paced. Now we have the Canadian time. So that's 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Toronto Canadian time. So that will be morning for you, but it will be evening for the guys in Nigeria or any other African country. So you could always select what session is attainable for you or is suitable for you, I'd say. All right. So everything here, all the brochures are here for you to consume, all right, for you to read through in order for you to make a better decision, and all the things, in-depth content about what the curriculum, what you'll be learning during the training program. Okay. Now, once you make payments, okay, so if you're trying to make payments in Naira, okay, we have a Paystack link here, all right, that allows you to make payments, Naira payments. If you're in Ghana, you could also use this to make payments, or if you are in any other African country, you could use Paystack link to make payments using your card details. All right. So you see the link here, and you see it here, data engineering 300 to 400,000. So you can make payment for the first installment or the part installment. So if it's data analytics, for example, you can click on data analytics, and you see you could select here either full payment or part payment. So if you click the drop down, you could either select the full payment or select the part payment. Now, the good thing about this is once 20 people have made payment for this particular transaction, the part payment, the full payment will be the only option you'll be able to click on. All right. So if you click on part payments now, you'll see you can pay 200,000 Naira now and pay 100,000, in the next, 1 month into the training program. But for full payment, once we hit the 20 mark for that particular course, it's going to revert to just full payment, and you have to pay that in order for you to get started. So if you want to secure your position, I repeat myself, please get started. All right, secure your position, making that payment now. Okay. Now, talking about, that's the Naira card payment. Now, if for Naira, non-Naira card payment, so we have PayPal. So if you also want to make payments non-Naira, so you have another currency that is not a Naira that you want to make payments, you could also use the PayPal account. So if you want to make full payment, you could click on this to get a full payment. If you want to make the first part payment for the training program, you can make that payment. And for balance payment, that's when you're 1 month into the training program. So the first thing you need to consider is if you're making a full payment or a part payment. Okay. So for first part payment, I'll click on that, and it's going to take me to PayPal. Okay. And you see it here, £200. Okay. All right. And that's for the regular training program. For data engineering, you see there's a different link for data engineering. Okay. And you can pay in pounds. This is you paying in pounds. So click on buy now. All right. Click on PayPal. Okay. And it's going to take you to this. Okay. So you can just pay directly from your debit or your credit card, and you can get started from there. Okay. So that's how you could use PayPal to make payments, or either for British pounds or Canadian dollars, whatever you want to make payments in. Now, last but not the least, you can also do a direct transfer. Okay, so using the UK bank account, if you're based in the UK or in Ireland or any other European country, you could use the UK bank account to secure your position. And also the Naira account, you could also pay via the Naira account. So all you need to do is scroll down and you'll see direct transfers in order for you to secure your position. All right. So these are, once you make a payment, all right, please, you need to fill the form. So once you go to the top, you'll see initial and full payment. Upload your initial and full receipt here. I've been seeing quite a number of people asking questions on how to upload or how do I confirm my payment. So once you click on the link, you'll see upload your initial and full receipt. Click on this, and it's going to take you to a Google form for you to fill. All right. So once you fill the form and you upload your receipts, take a screenshot of the receipts, attach it to the form, and you'll be good to go. All right. You'll get an instant confirmation and you'll be good to go. So those are the things you need to understand in order for you to get started. So please, like I said, the opportunity is for the first 20 people to get started. All right. And you always want to be part of the first 20 people, because we are very strict on the timeline. This is an early bird discount that is not guaranteed to run to the end of the month. The training program is started on the 4th of November. The discount is an early bird discount for only the first 20 people. So once you make the payment, once we get 20 people into the classes, it reverts back to the original cost of £400 or 400,000 naira. All right. Adeza, should we take some questions or should we go straight into testimonials? What would you say?
I think we can do one testimonial and then we'll take questions. Okay, but just to quickly address I can see some people asking questions in the chat. So you can see the screen FMNI is currently on. Okay, you have our phone numbers in there, a UK phone number, a Nigeria phone number as well. So all you can do, I advise you, take a screenshot of it. Okay, take a screenshot of this page and you can always send us messages if you have questions. Any questions, any concerns, any clarifications, and so on and so forth. Now, once you have made payment, because I can see some people said they have made direct payments and so on, all you have to do is, you see the link where you have upload your proof of payment. Okay, so you've done a direct transfer, take a screenshot of your payment as proof of payment, fill the form, upload your proof of payment, and then you get a confirmation email from us as soon as we confirm your payment. Once your payment is confirmed, you'll receive a welcome kit. The welcome kit contains all the applications you need to download, the step-by-step guide, your timetable, your lesson plan, all the materials you need to be a part to get your program started on the 4th of November. All right. So that's all it takes. Like Femena mentioned, we'll take a very quick testimonial and then we'll have a Q&A session before we wrap it up for today.
All right, someone is saying that it's in terms of how do you say everybody that waits at the end of the session should get the discounted amount. So these are things that we take into consideration. Okay, so we are saying the first 20 people in order for us to get the right number of people, the serious people, into the class as fast as possible. All right, because over time we've noticed that people like to make payments at the nick of time. The day before the training program, that's when you make a decision and that's where you make payments. Whereas people that started, that paid earlier, should not get the same, the same sort of preference, I would say. Okay, so what we're doing currently is to get people into the class, okay, to secure the position. All right. So even if we've had situation, the discount is running till we call it short. It's an early bird discount. It doesn't mean that after the 20 people, that's the end of it. No, that's not what it means. But we're getting 20 people into the class. And that first 20 people, once we hit the 20 mark, then we can make a decision to extend it further to other people. So if you're looking to get started, all right, it's your own chance for you to make payments and secure your position. Don't care about every other person that is on the call. That's not your own concern. Your concern is for you to get started. In terms of integrity, we've been doing this for the past 3 years. I can show you testimonials. I can show you reports. I can show you quite a number of information of where I'm going to play these videos as we go on. I'm just going to show you places where we have been featured on internet, on dailies, on other platforms. So you can see it here. We've been featured on different platforms across the world. We've been featured on Business Day, Nairametrics. We've been featured on Vanguard, Punch, even PR File, which is a Europe-based platform. We were featured. And guess what it said? Analytics reiterates commitment to help Africans get techs in the tech job. Guess when they said this? This was January 2023, this year. All right. So we have a reputation to behold, and we are definitely one of the best platforms that you will get to learn any technical skills you want to learn. All right. And we have a ton of testimonials on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, on LinkedIn. We literally have a reputation to behold. You have our names. You can go on LinkedIn. You can type our names on Google in order for you to know who we are. So don't come here to talk about integrity issues. Okay, literally information is everywhere for you to know. You could Google Analytics. You could Google everything that we're doing. So we also host one of the biggest, most recognized hackathon across the world, all right, in Africa. All right. You see, this is one of the hackathons that we did earlier this year. We have Mitchell Conway, the lead data scientist with Lloyd Bank in the UK. All right. We have Sadiq Akitola, who is currently a smart analytics analyst with Google. Okay. We have Sebastian, who is a data scientist and AI ethics, instructor with Cambridge University. We have Olamide Jolayosho with leading data and insight with one of the biggest banks in Nigeria. All right. The top three we now carted away with, $1,000. All right. And these are the initiatives that we're putting out there to get more people, more Africans into the tech space, getting them aware that they don't need so much to get started. You don't need so much. You don't need to go to school. You don't need to do 4 years in school in order for you to become a data analyst and business analyst. You can learn this skill set, compete amongst professionals across the world in order for you to get started. You can see here, Tech Cabal also featured us on, one of the initiatives that we did during the International Women's Day. EdTech Platform Analytics grant tech scholarship to 300 women, across Africa. So these are the initiatives that we're putting out there to get more Africans into the tech space. We are more concerned about Africans in the tech space. All right. So, those are the things that we are doing. All right. And we want to, like we said, Priscilla started the session with saying that we are literally creating a bridge between tech talent and you getting that job within the tech space. So Africans are known to be at disadvantage already. Okay. So how can we get more Africans into the tech space? That's what we're doing. All right. So if you're looking at that, that is literally why we have designed all the curriculums, all the people that have come together, brainstorm to create wonderful immersive curriculums in order for you to learn and also become that tech professional that you wish to become. So we did this for 300 women, and guess what? Majority of them now are working in tech firms. And I'm going to share some of their profile, some of their testimonials with you, and you'll see them shortly. You can see some of the women. I will come back to the written testimonials. I will show you some of the video testimonials first of all, and you will take it from there. All right. So please, when it comes to reputation, we are the best currently in terms of you getting what the value for your money. All right. So
If do you want me to speak about the testimonials?
Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead, please. Let me just
stop
sharing so you can go through that.
Okay, thanks for that. So guys, before we wrap up today, we'll do two very quick things. First of all, for some people, I spoke about them at the beginning of the session, all right? So we'll get to listen to some of them. For example, you have people like Ikmat. Ikmat was out of work for a very long time, taking care of her baby. She was in the UK and needed to move back into the job market here in the UK. She got a sponsored job with the NHS. You would listen to her and her story, and then would have a Q&A session, all right? Because I know you have burning questions you'd like to answer. We'll be very happy to answer all the questions you have. Okay, so let's start. For those that are saying after we've made payment, what next? All you have to do, the same link, if you made payments using any of the links posted by any of my colleagues, you'd see the link that says upload proof of payment. Okay, so make use of that link and then you can upload your proof of payment. Once you've done that, you get a confirmation by tomorrow, first day of the week, and then you get a welcome kit that contains everything that you need to get started. Okay, if you don't have access to the link and then you've taken any of our numbers, send a WhatsApp message. I just made payments. Here is my proof of payment. Somebody would respond to you. Okay. So let's get to listen to one of these feedback testimonial, and then we'll take questions afterwards. So we have fantastic professionals, amazing people, Africans like you and I. We've been able to help them make that switch and make the transition into the tech ecosystem. Okay. So let's first of all, let's decide, okay, who do you want to listen to? I have 3 people here on this slide, and there's so many others, all the way down. All right. But I want you to choose. Do you want to listen to Ikmat? Let me put this on slideshow. Do you want to listen to Ikmat? Do you want to listen to Benga? Do you want to listen to Ramat? Ikmat, stay-at-home mom, got a full-time job, full visa sponsorship. Benga, he was out of work for 2 years in Poland, and he joined our program, got a job as a business data analyst. You have Ramat, who got a job as a business analyst here in the UK full visa sponsorship. So who do you want to listen to? ICMAT, Ramat. Let's listen to them all. We won't have enough time to listen to everybody, but let's listen to ICMAT. And you have all these same testimonials, you have them on YouTube. So at the end of the session, you can go to our YouTube page, go through all these testimonials, follow us on LinkedIn, follow us on Instagram, on all the different social media platforms. But let's listen to ICMAT very quickly, and then we'll come back to take questions. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to take this all the way back and be sure that you can all hear the audio. Okay, so just sit back, relax, and enjoy ICMAT's story.
Hi everyone, my name is ICMAT, and I was with the March cohort in Tenalytics, and joining Tenalytics has been the best decision so far. You know, for me, someone coming from a background of full housewife, because I had to stay back home to look after my child for 4 years, and then wanting to break into something new, wanting to go back into the workforce, you know, wanting to place myself in the society for better job opportunities. So it was a lot. And then I'm glad that Tenalytics came along, and then they presented me with so many opportunities right in front of me, better opportunities. And then I'm glad I took it. And then also the advice of do not sell yourself short, that Effie is always saying, it is very, very valid, because place yourself right, you know, don't sell yourself short. It's a very, very, very valid advice. You know, in Tenalytics, they will hold your hands like a child, you know, through the modules. You have the opportunity to go back and study. You have the opportunity to go back and practice. You have the opportunity to ask questions. You know, you have people you can always go back to, even outside of class hours. It's the most amazing experience so far, really. And then another thing is the interview prep, guys. That is another very important thing. I did my interview prep with Mr. Mohammed, and it's the best decision ever, because it was like he saw into the future. He knew what was going to be asked. And I'm glad that I wrote down all the things he mentioned. I went back to practice, and then when it was time for the interview, it was like everything he was mentioning, everything he mentioned, they kept on. And then when I was answering those questions, I was so confident, you know, because I already practiced. I did an Excel test, I did a maths test, and then they were really impressed. And another thing is, guys, it may not come as fast as you expect. Definitely you are going to get some no's, and then you may begin to think you're not good enough. You are good enough, yes. The no's will come, but always take it as a basis for learning and development, because after every interview where I got a no, I always make sure I get a personal feedback. So I work on those feedbacks for my next interviews. And yes, it worked. It really worked for me, because I got my first job 3 months into the program, my first job. But I couldn't take up the job because I was a student, and I was only eligible to work 20 hours. So I couldn't take up the job. 3 months later, I got 2 jobs with full visa sponsorship. And guys, all the other no's before the 2 jobs prepared me for the yeses I got. So yes, the no's will come, but do not give up, because you always have Tenalytics to go back to. They are the best, and the best thing that's ever happened to me. And then yes, and they are the most affordable one I've come across so far, and that's a very good advantage. So yes, Tenalytics for the win.
Yeah, Tenalytics for the win, every day, every time. So you've listened to ICMAT. I think would take questions and answers. Somebody's saying the video is not playing, but I'm sure the video was playing and you could all hear ICMAT, and you heard ICMAT's story. Okay, I'd love you to listen to Benga. I think we can take one more. It's a 2-minute video.
Yeah,
from Benga.
Benga will be fine also.
Yeah, so let's take Benga is a 2-minute video. All right, it's a bit shorter than ICMAT's video, but it's a very interesting story. Benga, 2 years, he was in Poland He couldn't get a job. Then he joined our data analytics program, completed the program. I personally had interview preparation sessions with Gbenga, prepared him for interviews. He had other interview preparation sessions with our other senior associates. Eventually, he got a job and got 4 more offers. But listen to Gbenga yourself and get to hear his story.
Hello everyone, my name is Olaguju Gbenga. I want to share the testimony of how I searched for my job and I was able to secure a very good job by the help of Tenalytics. I was searching for a job for almost 2 years before 5 months ago, and I came across Tenalytics on Instagram. I sent a DM and they were helpful. I enrolled in the data analytics course and it was awesome. I learned a lot about Excel, data analytics, Tableau, and using how to organize data and also to draw insights from data, how to build a dashboard, and also to write a report from conclusions of data. So I must say, Tenalytics is the right place to learn how to be a data scientist, how to be a data analyst, how to be an HR analyst, and so on like that. They are always around and they are always, they have the best hands to take care of your needs when it comes to data. So I enrolled in the course, and even during the course, I started applying for jobs and I started getting interview calls, and they were also available to explain and also give me preparation questions on how to approach these interviews and also to pass them. So I was able to secure and even get about 4 offers after all my interview sessions. So I must say that Tenalytics have really been a great help to me, and I was able to secure a job of my dreams, literally. So thank you. Refer people, tell your friends about them, enroll today, and the sky is your limit. Thank you so much.
Hey, so that's Gbenga's story. I'm not going to bore you with too many testimonials, but we have a ton of them. When you receive the slides, please look at all the write-ups, watch the videos, and see the amazing stories of these amazing professionals. And like Ifemena mentioned, the focus and the goal for us is to get as many people of the Black community into tech as possible. So you have fantastic people. They joined our program sometime this year. These are the most recent. Ramat is also a fantastic story. Tony, she has a medical background, came into the UK, and she got a job as a benefits analyst, okay, which is pretty interesting. You know, a benefits analyst for somebody who is a pharmacist, okay, she has a pharmaceutical background, came into the UK, but how do I also get into the medical sector here in the UK? Full visa sponsorship, got a job just 1 month after joining our program. And of course, this is Olugbemi. Watch all the videos and get to hear the amazing stories of these amazing people that have been able to break the barrier, get the job, and how we've played a major role in the process for them getting it. It all starts from the technical skill and the additional employability services. You heard Ikmat, you heard Gbenga, preparation for those interviews. It was as if we had seen into the future, but that's not really what happened. It's very simple. Extensive years within the tech ecosystem, within the tech industry, across various organizations and various regions. So it's only expected that when you have a job for a data analyst or as a data analyst, for a data analyst role in any organization, and you have an interview preparation with me, I can tell you A to Z of what to expect, from the first level conversation to the second level technical assessment to the third level, if you would have a presentation and so on and so forth. And then you're able to make that transition eventually. So that's even a whole lot more important than the technical skill, because that's a given. You will learn the technical skill in class. And of course, we'll show you what the platform looks like. When you register for any of our programs, what happens? If you miss a live class, does that mean you've missed out on anything? No. And that's the beauty of learning with us. So we'll show you the platform, what it looks like. You have all your materials, all your class recordings. If you miss a class, the class recording will be made available to you. So let's assume on a Saturday you have an emergency, you need to go for a party, an Owambe or something. You have time to get back later in the evening to watch your recordings. You have that available to you. And if you have questions after watching the class recording, you have the opportunity to send questions to your class WhatsApp group, because you have your trainers, your facilitators in those groups, and they respond to your questions and help you address any area where you need clarifications and so on and so forth. Okay, so we're going to take a few questions before we call it a day, because time is fast spent. We'll take a few questions before we call it a day. I'll start from Evelyn, because I've seen your hand up for quite a while now. So Evelyn, I would ask you to unmute yourself, and you can go ahead and ask your question, please. Evelyn Onaloye.
Hello.
Hi, Evelyn. Hello, Evelyn.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Please go ahead with your question, please.
Sorry?
Oh, I said, can you go ahead with your question?
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask, because I'm kind of undecisive between data scientist, being a data scientist or data engineer, because I couldn't particularly get the difference between the two.
Okay.
I'm a nurse, so kind of in healthcare.
Okay.
So I'm not particularly sure what to
Right.
go for, that would apply to me, but I'm open to learn new things, and probably I want to go for whichever course that will be easy enough to get a job in.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my question. Oh yeah, and I asked as well about the cost for the I think the fees for the data science one. Then I saw it was termed as a full stack data science course, so I did find my answer. Yeah.
All right. Yes. So the data science is full stack. And the reason why we call it full stack is simply because it's not the conventional data science where you just learn Python, you do your EDA with Python and machine learning and so on. No, you learn Excel for forecasting, learn Excel for predictive analytics, Tableau for forecasting and predictive analytics, SQL, structured query language, before you dive into Python itself. Okay, so it's beyond just the conventional data science, and that's why we call it the full stack data science. So the major difference between the data scientist and the data engineer is very simple. All right. Now look at the data engineer as that plumber. And I'm using an analogy that Ifemena likes to use a lot. So imagine you're building a house, and then you need water inside your kitchen. Okay, so either you have a borehole or you connect your pipe to the central water works, as the case might be. There is somebody responsible for connecting the pipe from where the water is to moving that water into your kitchen. All right, what you want is the water. The water is somewhere under the ground. You have a borehole system, but you need somebody to connect a pipeline to get the water from wherever it is into your kitchen. That's the job of the data engineer. Now, organizations, data analysts, HR analysts, data scientists would need data to do their analysis, build their predictive models, create their machine learning models, and so on and so forth. They need data to do that. Where is the data? The data is across different platforms. All right, organizations generate data from POS systems, from their websites, from their mobile applications, and so many other sources. How will the data analyst get this data from these sources? The data engineer is responsible for creating data pipelines, just like the pipes you connect to the borehole system. The data engineer creates the data pipelines, gets the data from the different data sources, and moves the data through those pipelines into a data warehouse. Now, the data scientist, the data analyst, the financial analyst, the HR analyst can then go into that data warehouse, extract the data that they need, and carry out their analysis. Okay, so the data engineer is responsible for making data available. That's the summary of the data engineer's role. Now, to do this, you need a set of skills that are highly advanced set of skills. You need to, first of all, understand the whole data architecture. What is data? What is data engineering itself as a role? And then you move into how to create data warehouses, the concept of data warehouses, SQL, which is a language that you'd use to interact with data warehouses, databases, and so on and so forth. And you have to learn Python as well for programming. So you use Python to create your ETL pipeline, your data pipelines, and so on and so forth. So data engineering is a bit heavy on programming. You'd also learn Linux for your bash scripting and so on and so forth. You'd learn Apache Airflow to automate, the jobs of getting the data, moving through the pipeline, and taking it into the data warehouses. So you'd have to learn all these different programming languages and systems, okay, to move data from one location to the other location.
So it
now,
does a lot.
Yeah.
I just want to know if I start data engineering, will I be able to cope, or should I just go for the easier courses?
Okay, so easy is very relative, and I don't like using the word easy because there's really no easy course out there. Now, the same amount of dedication and commitment you put into data engineering is the same amount of dedication and commitment you'd have to put into any of the programs. All right. However, if you don't want to code, you don't want to write codes, you don't want to program because you feel, oh, maybe this is not the time for me to get into anything so mind tasking at this point in time. You have you have data analytics, for example, you have HR analytics, you have financial analytics, where you don't have to bother about learning Python, you don't have to bother about coding, and so on and so forth. So you can look for the programs whereby you won't be doing a lot of programming. So you can call them no code programs, and then you have the programs where you have to write codes. However, before I wrap up on this, I want to also make it very clear that a lot of people are stigmatized, or I would say based on wrong perception, that learning how to code is difficult. Now, it's only difficult because of the way a lot of people are used to learning. They are used to learning by watching videos, watching YouTubes, buying courses left and right. And then when you are stuck, you write a code, the same code you can see on the screen, you write the code and then you get an error. How do you solve it? You can't go past that area, you get frustrated and you abandon that course, you never get to complete it. Now, the difference is with Tenalytics, you learn in a project-based environment, okay? So you learn something today. So let's assume you learn how to write, you learn variables in Python. You would work on a project that would involve you making use and implementing variable assignments in that particular project. So the project-based system, every single concept you learn, you apply it immediately in the next practical class. So that's a different way of learning, whereby you're applying what you've learned, you're putting it into practice immediately, and it sticks a lot easier. So learning programming that way is very easy. It makes it very easy and easy to transition eventually. All the people you saw spoke, the videos I played, and the ones you'd also watch and get to read when you get the slide. You don't need any experience to be a part of any of the career path. Okay, so if you look at Toyin, for example, Toyin got a job as a benefits analyst. He's not related to the health sector, but she wanted to get a job in the health sector. You have Iqbal got a job as a data analyst with the NHS. Okay, data analytics, she doesn't have any healthcare related background, but then she was able to move into that space. So all you have to do, what I'll recommend is you look at all the different programs. Okay, data science for me, I always find it very interesting in the medical sector because there are so many use cases. You can build fantastic programs, you can create fantastic models to help solve critical problems within the health sector, or data analytics in the health sector as well. Fantastic different career path. Ikmat's got a job as a data analyst. Tony got a job as a benefits analyst. They both studied data analytics. All right. So, I mean, it's all left to you eventually to make that personal decision, but there is no easy course if I'm to, answer you directly.
Thank you.
All right. Then I also saw a question. So you're welcome. Thank you for asking that question, Evelyn. Yes,
sorry. I just wanted to talk to Evelyn also, just to address that. If you're still not, if you're still not concerned, if you're not still sure, all right, we have clarity sessions where we can have one-on-one conversations with you to properly align it, your strengths, your weaknesses, and see what courses would apply to you in a better well, basically applies to you in that suits your career path, what you have experience in, and so on and so forth. So you could also schedule like a one-on-one session. So we're going to be having, one-on-one sessions as we go on with people that are making to get started in the career path. All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that, Ife. So yes, we'd have one-on-one sessions, clarity sessions for people like Evelyn that might need a little bit more, of help to, I want to select the right type of course. I don't want to make a mistake. But that also takes me to another question that says, can you change your courses? Absolutely. So if you start, you can change within the first 2 weeks. Okay, within the first 2 weeks, you can switch. So let's assume you join data science, but then you feel that, I would like to move to data analytics. So you can make that switch within the first 2 weeks of you starting. So that makes it easy for you to still catch up, with whatever they've done in the previous program as well. All right. Okay, so let's take another question. Thank you very much for that question, Evelyn. Let's take Babatunde. So I've asked you to unmute yourself, Babatunde. Please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, Babatunde. Yes, the one-on-one is free, Stella. Just like this session, nobody pays to be a part of this session today. So the one-on-one is 100% free. It's you just saying, I am a medical doctor, I'm a lawyer, I don't know what program to select. Okay, so I want to speak with Adeza, I want to speak with Efemena, I want somebody to guide me to selecting, the right type of program. But eventually you'd make the decision, but we'll guide you based on your strengths, your weaknesses, and so on, to make that decision. Okay. Yes, please go ahead, Babatunde. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. I think my question has already been answered because I have the same question with the First Lady.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so welcome, Babatunde. Okay, so let's move to the next person. I think we'll take questions within the next 8 minutes so we can wrap up at 11:30. A GMN, I've asked you to unmute yourself. Please go ahead, a GMN. A GMN, we can't hear you. Okay, I can see you're unmuted, but I can't hear anything. So I'll take the next person while you sort out the audio issue. Ubong, please, I've asked you to unmute yourself. You can go ahead with your question, please. Ubong, if you can hear me, kindly unmute yourself and ask a question.
Okay, hello.
All right, go ahead, please.
Yeah, greetings to everyone on this platform. I'm Ubong connecting from Uyo. I really appreciate your program. It's really enlightening and educating. And I really want to appreciate your team for using this platform to reduce unemployment, especially in Nigeria. My question is following the trend of exchange rates. And you have said the cost you are giving is 400. I hope, our exchange rate is skyrocketing daily. I hope that will be a factor. Maybe tomorrow, if the exchange rate is increased, then there will be a factor that the fee will be increased. So that's what I wanted to ask and to clarify from you people.
All right.
Hope you can hear me.
Absolutely. I got your question, Ubong. Thank you very much for that question. Very valid question. So it would interest you to all know that we are aware of the precarious situation in Nigeria, the fluctuating rates, and it's been crazy. But if you even look at the rates we have adopted internally as an organization, it's far below the current market rates. And this was just changed. We just changed it from 900 to 1,000 last week. So we had maintained an exchange rate for the Naira to the pound at 900. And of course, for anybody who knows what the rates look like today, it's about 1,300. Okay, so we know that, look, we can't make it difficult for the Nigerians across different, especially for those in Nigeria as well, who have no other option but to pay using the Naira. So if we do a direct conversion of 400 pounds or 300 pounds using the prevailing rates, it's far more than 300,000 Naira. Okay, but we have pegged it at that amount. And once you join the program, nothing changes. What you see is what you pay. You pay a particular amount today. The balance, let's take, for example, 300,000, you want to join business analysis. You pay the part payment, 200, your balance is 100,000 and nothing changes eventually. And that's why we've also kept multiple options available. If you're in Europe, you can pay, just use the PayPal option. You get to make your payments. If you are in Canada, we have options for you to pay in Canadian dollars, which is also, you have the discounted amount as well. I think I saw somebody saying there was no discount for those in Canada. Absolutely, there is. 500 Canadian dollars is the discounted amount for those in Canada. All right. And you see the options there, in the link. All you have to do is make payments using your preferred option. If you want to pay in Naira, you have the fees. Just take a screenshot of what you have. These are the fees for all the different programs. Okay. I hope I answered your question in GMN. Sorry, that was Ubong. Sorry, Ubong. I hope I answered your question. So let's take a question from Sekina. Sekina, please go ahead. I've asked you to unmute yourself.
All right. Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Sekina.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Sekina. I'm calling from Ibadan in Oyo State, Nigeria. So thank you so much for today's class. My question is, since a full stack data science can also do the same work as a data analyst, don't you think in the near future, the data analyst work will go out of vogue? That's my question.
Very good.
I hope you understand me.
Absolutely. I've been hearing this since the year 2010. The data analyst, the data science roles will go out of vogue, okay? Or will one particular role supersede the other and so on. But if you joined at the beginning of the session, all right, we looked at the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs reports. That's
yes, I saw it.
Absolutely. So part of the jobs that are growing demand, and it's very clear, it's very simple. We are generating data at a rate that has never, all the data we've generated within the last 3 years outweighs all the data generated in the last decade. So we are generating data at an unprecedented rate. Now, organizations cannot take advantage of the insights and the value of the data without the people that can turn that data into insights within the organization. All right. And that's why the data analyst role, the data scientist role, the data engineer role, any role that has data in front of it would always remain relevant from now on into the nearest future. Okay. Now, can a data scientist do the job of a data analyst and vice versa? The answer is yes, and also no, but I'll tell you why it's a yes and a no. Now, as a data scientist, you can get a job as a data analyst, yes, all right? But you have to look at the job requirements, okay? So what's the requirement for this role? Because as a data scientist, you'll learn how to use Excel, you'll learn how to use SQL, you'll learn how to use Tableau, and you'd also learn how to use Python. All right. Now, your role as a data scientist is focused a lot on, is focused beyond descriptive and diagnostic. You do a whole lot of predictive analytics. EDA, building machine learning models, and so on and so forth. Now, as a data analyst, you would learn the same set of skills: Excel, Tableau, SQL, and Power BI. All right, so you'd have Power BI as an addition to your skill, and your only focus would be on descriptive and diagnostic analytics. Now, if both of us are applying to a role, you are a data scientist, I'm a data analyst, I know Excel, I know Power BI, SQL, Tableau. You know Excel and Power BI, you know Excel, SQL, Tableau, and Python. And the job requirements want somebody who can come in and provide expertise in the use of SQL, Tableau, and Power BI. But you don't have that. You can't get that job as a data analyst. Do you get my point? So it's all about the job requirements, the job you're applying to. Does it fall within your set of skills? I know, Sakina, you want to use one stone to kill two birds. All right. So yes, it's possible you can do that for so many roles. It's all dependent on the role you're applying to. You have to look at the job requirements. And that's what we always preach here at Tenalytics. Okay, so you don't apply to so many jobs with one CV, which is what we always preach. You have to look at the job requirements, what is required, what are the requirements, and then you can then tailor your CV to those jobs. All right. Now, the data analyst can also get a job as a data scientist, but you have to learn Python as a data analyst. So those are the differences, and those are where you have convergence and where you also have the differences between the two roles. Okay, so I mean, if you're considering using one stone to kill two birds, data science would be a good place to start. All right, and when you're searching for jobs, you focus on those jobs that will give you the opportunity for the best of the both worlds. The roles you can apply to as data analyst and the one you can apply to as data scientist as well. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Sakina, sorry, I just wanted to give you a very brief analogy. All right. So you know the role of a gardener, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you know
Yes.
the role of a farmer, okay?
Yes,
Farmer that
yes.
cultivates and all that. Okay, since the
Yes, I do.
farmer can do the job of a gardener, correct? Of
Yes.
course, trim grasses and all that, trees and all that. But do you think the gardener's role is at stake because the farmer can do what the gardener can do?
No,
You
no,
think
not
that-
at all.
Exactly. So that's exactly what it is. So the role of a data analyst is secured because they are good at what they are doing. That is what they are used for, descriptive and diagnostic analytics. But the role of a data scientist also, which is the ML, predictive analytics. So you won't hire a data analyst to start building a dashboard. That's not his job. Do you understand? That's not
Yes.
what the key function is. All right. I don't know. I think I was giving a fantastic explanation. I just wanted to chip that in so you understand.
Thank you
it
so
step
much.
further.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay. Abel is saying has a very important question. So Abel, maybe you can drop your question in the chat, okay, and we can pick it from there, because I think we'll take just about one or two more questions and then we'll wrap it up for the day. But like Ifemena mentioned earlier, guys, I know that we can't take everybody's questions here, else would stay till past midnight and even beyond. Okay, so what you would also get is, for all of you that have stayed till this moment, you'd receive the recording, you'd receive the slides, and all the materials we've used today. They'll be made available to you. When you also get that in your emails, you'd receive a link for you to indicate if you want a clarity session. So these clarity sessions, you'd see myself, you'd see Ifemena would be there with a sizable number of people. So we wouldn't have 800 or 500 or 200 people, maybe about 10, 15, 20 people, depending on the number of people that I've indicated, because we also break those sessions into multiple parts. So maybe 20 people at a time. So you have the opportunity for you to ask tailored questions, and we can provide, direct answers and tailored answers to your own specific inquiries as well. Okay, so ensure you do that when you receive the email with the recording and the slides. You don't need to drop your email address. As long as you are a part of the WhatsApp community, or you received an email to join this session today, you'd receive the recording and all the details I've mentioned. Okay, also fill the attendance form, because you'd see my colleagues sharing the attendance form, in the chat. Click on the attendance form and ensure that you fill that form. Okay. If you're not part of the WhatsApp community, Stella, fill the attendance form. Here it's, I'm just going to tag you here, Stella. So here it is. Priscilla, please, if you can send it again. All right, so once you fill the attendance form, you'd receive the materials as well. Okay, all right, let's take one more question from Ufoma. Ufoma, please go ahead, please. Let's see. I've asked you to unmute yourself. Go ahead, Ufoma.
Hello, thank you very much. It was definitely an extremely intuitive, great session, great information. So with everything that we've reviewed, I'm actually based in the US, and I see that you do have a lot of stronghold in UK, Canada, and I guess rest of world. But I wanted to know if you have other people with testimonials that are in the US. I'm actually in the pharmaceutical field, and I'm currently like a clinical intelligence manager. So I'm still kind of struggling as to where I should really go, because I work with those that develop Tableau, and then I work with the management teams on the clinical side to kind of gather the information that they need. So I just want to know, what are you guys doing with the US session, and how are you guys going to build the US side so that you can get more testimonials and also dive into the pharmaceutical field as well, because we have like big data platform. We deal with data. I would like to know how you guys are planning to do that. Thank you so much.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you for that, Ufoma. Fantastic. So, of course, there are so many initiatives. We have planned out for the new year, and part of that is expanding our regional outreach. We currently have participants that join us from the US, and they also have success stories. If we can move to Abdurrashid and Victor. Okay, so while Ife is getting to those areas, you have Victor, for example. Victor lives in Nigeria, got a job with a company in the US, all right, working remotely in the US. We have Abdurrashid, who also works with a company in the US as well, remotely, as a people operations analyst for Victor, and as a data scientist for Abdurrashid. Okay, so these are people who joined the program, and they currently work with US-based organizations, Child 420 and Hugo, also in Chicago, Illinois, in the US. So these are two people and so many others. Okay, we can't have everybody on the slide. If not, we'd have only testimonials. But then again, you'd see that on our YouTube page, on our LinkedIn, and so on. And you'd see different people from so many regions across the globe. Now, in terms of doing so many other things, partnerships and so on, don't worry, Ufoma, we're likely going to be in the US early next year, and when we are there, we'll definitely try to meet with as many alumni and people that have been a part of 10Analytics and hold a meet and greet session. And I'm sure if our timing aligns at that particular point in time, you'd visit us, and then we can have even a one-on-one conversation. But we're looking to do so many things within the US as well. All right. Okay. And the medical field is somewhere we are also very heavy on. So one of the things we've done is we've had the NHS. The NHS is the highest, has recruited the highest number of 10Analytics participants. Okay, so what we've done is we have so many case studies, so many projects generated from interview sessions, from presentations, case studies given to people. Okay, so we took those projects and we converted them into case studies. Okay, so you work on those case studies in class. All right. If you have interviews, you look at those case studies so that when you get into an interview or you have a presentation, you're likely going to get something similar, which has happened so many times. We had somebody, Uthman got, a case study assessment from the NHS. We took that assessment, converted it into a project. Somebody else also got an interview opportunity with the NHS. And the only thing they did was to change the values. The case study was exactly the same. And I'm sure your guess is as good as mine. The person got the job as well with the NHS because it was pretty much the same assessments that they had. So these are some of the things we've also done, having, a full pack of medical related case studies to help people prepare adequately for interviews within the space. Okay, so I can see we have still so many questions. Okay, we have so many questions. Please, when you fill the attendance form, and when you receive the recording, you receive the slides, you'd have a link to indicate if you want a one-on-one session, and we can help to answer specific questions that you'd have at that point in time. For those in the US, you have a time tailored to your time zone, all right? So the US and Canada both have the Eastern time zone. Yes, some regions might vary plus or minus 1 hour, but it's pretty much the same, okay? So you have your class 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Toronto, Canada time, all right? So if you do that conversion, Toronto, Canada time, if you are somewhere in Illinois, what time would that be? It's still a time that is reasonable for you to be in a class compared to you joining a class that is tailored for people in Nigeria or the UK or across Europe. That would not be, an adequate time for you to join. So for those in the US, you'd be in the same class where those who are joining from Canada would also be. So you have, very good timing suited to your time zone. Okay. All right. I'm just going to look for any question we haven't touched. Abel, can you send your question now? Because I can see that you're very passionate about that. Just send it to the chat now and I'll answer the question. If you have a question, send it into the chat and then I'll answer the question. Okay, so copy what you've copied and paste somewhere. Yes, you can switch programs, HEMA. Like I said, you can only switch within the first 2 weeks. Within the first 2 weeks, because anything beyond that, you'd struggle. I'm not sure we've shown the platform. Okay, so what I'll do so that you have a look at what the class looks like, at least you get a feel of it. I'll do that 5 minutes and then we close the class for today. 5 minutes and then we close the class for today. Okay, let me try to share my screen. Just give me 1 minute. Okay, so I'll show you the platform for 5 minutes and then we call it a day. All right, so let's see what the platform looks like. When you join a class, how do you get the best value from that class? So if you can see my screen, you'd see that you have so many classes, okay? And this is because I'm a part of all the classes. Now, when you join a class, you'd be a part of only the class you paid for. So let's assume you pay for data analytics, you get into the data analytics program. So let's get into, let's say data analytics, but I want to go to September because they've done quite a lot already. So let's open up September and see. So you also get a feel of what the platform looks like. Okay, now when I say that you don't miss out on anything, when you join a class, I'm just going to click on classwork. So this is the platform that would host your login details, your class recordings, your class slides, your projects, and every single thing that you'd need to get that would all be treated during class. So if I go all the way down, you have your onboarding materials. These are materials that would make it easy for you to navigate the classroom, show you how to save videos online, how to download your Power BI on Windows, how to download Power BI on Mac. You have a welcome kit. Like I mentioned, the welcome kit is something you also receive. The moment we confirm your email, confirm your payments, you get the welcome kit via email. So these are onboarding materials. And then your very first class is problem solving. This is for data analytics. Now, problem solving, let me maximize this a bit, increase so you can see this better. So problem solving, let's assume you missed this class. All you have to do is come back here. You click on class recording, you have the link to the class recording, okay? And all you have to do is click on that. It takes you into the recording. And of course, if you click on play, you have the opportunity to watch every single thing that happened in class, okay, at your own convenience. Now, I'm going to leave that to load and come back here. Now, you also have the slides. And if I click on the slide, you have access to this. You can download all your class recordings. You can download the slides. They are yours. This is Nene, who took the problem solving class. Nene is a strategic planning professional. She's trained over 2,500 people. She currently works with Zelos, an authorized licensee of Nike in the UK. She's worked with Bank of America, Denon, KPMG, and so on and so forth. And when we say the class is tailored with the beginner in mind, the very first thing you start with is what? What is data? So you don't start creating stuff and building models and dashboards and so on. No. What is data? You have to understand the building blocks. You answer that, you move to types of data, you move to what is data analytics, the phases and different types of data analytics. If Femena taught you this already, descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, prescriptive. You move to, once you talk about all the types, what is a problem, okay? So you understand the building blocks. And then you have your Watch Me Do It Excel for the first class, first Watch Me Do It video on Sunday, which is on Excel, all right? Now, the Watch Me Do It videos are videos you can watch on your own and understand. You don't need somebody to walk you through the concepts. So you have videos that are bite-sized and have been created with all the single details you need. The very first class is Introduction to Excel, the Excel environment. What is Excel all about? What is a row? What is a column? What is a cell? What is the field handle? All those bits and pieces. You move to the second video, which is on Paste Special. So these are things you can watch and understand on your own. Now, once you have watched your first Watch Me Do It video, complete all the videos, you now have your first live class. Remember, all your live classes are project-based. So let's look at the case study for the first class. So all the things you've watched in the Watch Me Do It video, you'd apply it with a trainer in class, a facilitator that would walk you through a case study. Okay, so let's look at what the case study looks like. All right, so you have 3 case studies in this class. The first one is a budget versus actual analysis. Budget versus actual analysis. Second case study is tracking the work hours of employees, extracting the data from an attendance tracking system. And the third case study is deriving insights from Magic Electronics customers' data. So you have these case studies, you work together, solve them in class with your trainer. Now you have the class recording, all the classes, the live classes are recorded. You come here, you can access the recording and so on and so forth. Okay, and then you receive your second Watch Me Do It video for the week. Here for the second Watch Me Do It video, you have different other videos that will teach you the index and match, the VLOOKUP, the XLOOKUP, and so on and so forth. In the next live class, so you have an assignment as well, okay? And in the next live class, your second Excel class, you also get to work on a project, okay? You get to work on a project that would enable you implement all those things you've learned, the VLOOKUP, the XLOOKUP. So this is a project where you are meant to retrieve data, information from a university system. All right, so you'd work with this university, help them extract and bring their data together. So this is a case study you'd work on. Of course, after you watched the Watch Me Do It video. Okay. Sorry, let me move back to. Okay. So let's go back. All right. So of course, this is what your classroom looks like. Fantastic platform. You have access to all the materials. You have mentorship session. You can see the recording for the mentorship sessions. You have your mentorship sessions. So when we have the mentorship, it's also recorded, just like this session is recorded. So you can always refer to it at any point in time. Okay, you have your third Excel live class. And of course, you also have your different case study for that class. Okay, so you have a case study to practice all the things you've done. You start with Power BI. You have an Excel project presentation, because as a data analyst, it's very important that you communicate and present effectively. So you have a Power BI, and this is what it looks like, the platform. Okay, for every single class, you have the login detail. You have the login detail to join the live class. So this is a live class, for example. You join the live class, you participate, you ask questions, interact with your trainer, interact with your facilitator, and the class recording is also available to you. Okay, so this is the problem solving, and this is Nene taking them through problem solving, types of data analytics, and all these materials are available to you. So this is a live class when Nene was teaching different aspects of problem solving, decision and issue tree, and so on and so forth. So I just thought I needed to show you what the platform looks like. Okay, so when you join any of the classes, that's what you'd have. You'd also have, you have your class links to join every single live class, and you have your materials available to you at any point, at every point in time. Okay, all right. Is it advisable to learn data? They are mutually exclusive. Okay, Ifeyinwa, they are 100% mutually exclusive. You can be a data analyst without ever being a data scientist. You can be a data scientist without ever being a data analyst. So they are mutually exclusive. You don't have to do one or start one to get into the other. Okay. All right. Can we do the course on the phone? Impossible. I don't like using the word impossible, Aisha, but you can't do it on your phone. Why? Because you'd have to build reports. You'd have to create data models. You can't do that on your phone. You need to download and install different applications to solve those type of projects. So you need a computer. That's your number one tool for any program you register with us. You must have a computer to be in the class. Okay, what's the class size per session? It depends on the program that you register for. On the average, we have about 40 people per class. On the average, there is no specific requirements. An entry-level computer, no high-end, entry-level, mid-level computer, 256 SSD, 8 GB RAM, Core i3, and so on. Nothing too advanced. Okay. Of course, confidence. Confidence is asking, if one enrolls for data engineering, can it be easy for one to get AWS? Absolutely, because the cloud platform you'd work with during class is AWS. All right. And that's also one misconception I want to quickly, debunk. The craze for certifications, all right? It's a myth, and that has kept so many people, has limited so many people. Oh, I must have certification. I can apply to jobs. And all I tell people is very simple, okay? Search for a data scientist job, all right? Search for a data scientist role, and show me where you have a certification as part of the requirement. All right? Search for a data scientist role, a data analyst role. Show me where there's a requirement for certification. You'd never find it, but people are still bent on, oh, you need Canadian work experience, oh, you need a certification, oh, you need this, you need that. And these are all myths we have gotten used to by listening to so many things out there, and eventually people cannot transition, all right? All you need is the skill, the confidence to also sell yourself. For those that are bent on certification, get a job first, and then you can get certifications to feel good. It's a feel good, it's not a requirement, okay? When you start to apply to jobs and then you see that, oh, to become a data analyst, oh, they're requesting for certification, then that's what you should believe and not what people are saying, okay? So you're not paying for anything extra. All you pay for is to be a part of the program, and then you have access to every single thing we've spoken about today, technical skill and also employability skill, which is the most important part of what you'd be doing. I think we'll call it a day at this point in time. We can't take all the other questions, and I apologize to everybody else that currently have their hands up, and we can't take your questions at the moment. So once you receive the recording, please indicate that you want a one-on-one session, and we'll definitely meet with you to help you answer those questions. Now, if you know anybody else, okay, because for some people, you might not be able to join in November for reasons best known to you. You have other engagements or you are busy. And then you have, of course, we give certificates, Laurel. Once you complete the program, you get a certificate, okay? So just to go back to what I was saying, you have a brother, you have a sister, an in-law, a friend, a colleague that you think can benefit from this, please share the message with them, okay? Send a link to them, let them register, send a link to them, let them follow us across all our social media platforms. And I want you to do that as well. Go on Instagram, go on LinkedIn, go on Twitter, go on Facebook, across different platforms, and follow us, because we'd have so many other fantastic sessions coming up and would want you to be a part of it as well. Okay, just like you joined a free session like this, we'd have some other free sessions that are practical, and then you can also learn and be a part of it and see the amazing work we are doing within the space. If anyone, yes, you can make payments in euros. All you have to do is use the PayPal option. Use the PayPal option. It does the conversion for you automatically. So you don't have to bother yourself. It does the conversion for you. All right. Thank you very much, guys. I look forward to seeing you in some other sessions. Okay. I want you to also follow us across all our platforms. Like I said, follow me on LinkedIn, send me a connection request, send Efemena a connection request on LinkedIn, and we'll definitely follow you back. Ife.
All right. Yeah. So just to end the session for today, just to reiterate the payment detail. Okay. So the payment is for the first 20 people to register. So we have a couple of people still asking questions around payments and all that. So it's an early bird discount. This training program is going to be starting on the 4th of November, 2023. And we're taking the discount is only for the first 20 people to register for each of the programs that we have stated. So some people have made payment already and they've secured their position. So what I usually tell most people, even if you're still trying to make a decision, all right, secure your position, okay? Even if you're still thinking, which one should I take, data analytics or HR analytics or financial analytics or whatever program, business analysis, data engineering or whatever, secure your position, secure your early bird discount. And that's one thing that we've seen over time. People coming to say that, oh, I attended the first session, I saw the discount and all that, and they're coming at the tail end of the month to get an early bird discount. So what I usually encourage people, please make payments, secure your position. Then you could always request for like a one-on-one, or if also have a clarity session to give you more light into why you should go for which career path, what suits you based on your existing career, or what skill sets you want to do, and so on. Somebody said, what career path is that has the least people interaction? So if those are the kind of things that you're looking for to achieve, I would say sit down, make a payment, select the training program you want to, and we can have that one-on-one conversation. So don't wait till the nick of time. Don't wait till the end before you make your decision. All right. Now, if you're looking to get started next year, you want to eat the ground running next year, this is the best time for you to get started. This is the last training program that we have for the year 2023. So if you want to get started, this is the best time you have. Like I've said several times during the session, myself and Dave has reiterated it several times. The technical skills, fine and good. You're going to get the employability skills and all that. But the key thing for us at Analytics, and I want you to do your own personal research to the industry to see, you know, in terms of cost and everything. This is the most affordable you would actually get in the industry. And the reason for it is very simple. We are keen on getting more Africans into the tech space. And we have a very huge reputation doing that already. I want to keep doing it to get more Africans. I have my own personal success story for getting into a job and finding out there was a analytics person on the job also, or working as a business analyst on that particular project. So it's very exciting to see more Nigerians, more Africans getting into the tech space. We have people in Kenya getting jobs with non-government, non-NGOs, you know, across the world, IMF. We have somebody working with the World Bank right now. I still was based in Cameroon before. So you see, these are the kind of things that we are getting more people into the tech space, working as data analysts, business analysts, and so on. So, you know, this is the time for you to latch onto this opportunity to get started. Start now. Don't wait 2 months. Don't say, I'm not ready in 2 months. Start now, all right? We'll literally hold your hands. Adeza will walk you through the platform. So even if you're a slow learner, we have devised a very fantastic learning methodology that would help you even as a slow learner. So really, that's what we do, all right? This is something that we've been doing the last 3 years, and we would help you get started in the tech career part of your choice. So please don't waste your time. Get started, secure your position, secure your discounted position. And if you want to wait till the end to pay the full amount, that's also very good. That's also perfect. Okay, that's not a problem. All right. So Adeza said it, I've said it. And in terms of timeline for the training program, data analytics, business analysis, and data science, we have morning and evening session. For the guys in Nigeria, for the guys in Europe that are almost within the same time zone, we have a morning session that starts around 11 in the morning. Morning session for the guys in Europe and in Nigeria, it starts 11 in the morning, 11 a.m. in the morning, and ends at 2 p.m. All right. So that's the guys in Nigeria and Europe, which are falls within the same, you know, within the same time zone, 1 hour, 2 hour difference, but it's usually 11 to 2 p.m. All right, West African time. Now we have the guys in Canada, in the US, all right, a different time zone. We have the same timing for you, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Toronto time. Okay, so even if you're in the US, that will still fall within your early mornings, between 10 to 1 or between 11 to 2, or it's usually in the morning. But that same time is applicable for the guys in Europe. It will be in the evening. So it depends on you. If you're that kind of person that works on a Saturday or on the weekends, all right, fine and good. You could take on the evening classes, even if you're in Europe. So those are the things that we've put together to be able to accommodate people from across the world. We have participants that were based in Nigeria before, all right? And guess what? They became friends on the training program. We had somebody that was in Nigeria, we had a Ghanaian on the training program. And guess what? These 2 ladies currently are working in Canada at the moment. One went via Express Entry, the other one went what we call Canadian Talent Pool, all right? Got a job within 2 weeks and she will get to Canada. And guess who gave her the opportunity? The friend that she met on the same training program, all right, or in same analytics. So these are the kind of things that you benefits you get. You get to work with not just Africans within a certain region. You get to work with Nigerians, Africans, Ghanaians, South Africans in different parts of the world. All right, we have people joining from Malaysia, from Dubai, from different parts of the world. And those are the kind of things that you get to work. This is what's applicable in this region. This is what's not applicable in these regions. So we have a very diversified learning curriculum, all right, from training experts to even people you have in your class. So you're going to it's not just a regular training program. So you're going to be learning quite a number of things and learning from other people, learning different, interacting with different Africans across the world. So please, if you're looking to get started, this is the last chance for you to get started this year. We would likely be starting, obviously we'll have training programs running next year. But if you want to hit the ground running in 2023, or 2024, I mean, all right, you need to get started now. Now is the get start. Who is ready to get started? If you're ready to get started, I want you to tell me, yeah, if you're ready to get started in any of these career paths that you have right now. Tell me, flood the group chats, if you're ready to get started as a data analyst, as a business analyst, as an HR analyst. Put the word there, yeah, I am ready. I am ready. Fantastic. I love this. So, we are ready also. This is what we do. We'll be speaking for the last couple of hours, and we are even very excited to tell people about this opportunity. Okay. So, as I was mentioning, it also we'll be having quite a number of practical masterclass. And I'm just going to show you something real quick. I'm going to show you our YouTube channel. All right. So even pending the time we announce the programs that we're going to be having, I'm just going to show you our YouTube channel. Okay. So just give me a second while I bring the YouTube channel up, and just for 2 seconds. It's not going to take too much time. So all the previous masterclass, all the previous live classes that we have is on our YouTube channel. So our YouTube channel, you can subscribe to it, and you get updates anytime we get new, programs in there. So you see this is all right. Testimonials. You could just go to videos. All right. And you see it. Look at this. This happened just yesterday, 1 day ago. Why data engineers are paid more than other tech roles. Okay, so if you're looking to start into that data engineering program, I had this session, a 3-hour session that talks in-depthly about who a data engineer is, why they are being paid more than any other career path, basically the life cycle of a data engineer. All right, and you'd also see here, learn exploration data analysis with ChatGPT, handled by some of the most brilliant set of professionals that we have within the team. Damilola, who is the head of training, and Brahima, who is currently the senior data professional. All right. So you see, requirement gathering techniques for business analysis. So we don't play. These are all free sessions that we have devised just to educate people. All right. Educate people on how they can actually get started. And these also under the session just about 2 days ago. How easy or hard is it to switch to a data analyst career? All right, so you have testimonials. You see, build an ETL pipeline extracting weather data via input. This is a live practical case study. Me building a live data pipeline, getting data from an API source, cleaning, transforming the data, and dumping it into a database. Did a little bit of analytics using Python. So these are the things that we know how to do best. We've been doing this for the last 3 years. We know how to do this, not just the technical skills, the training skills. Do you understand? The training, because training is very important. Training is not just, click here to do this, click here to do this. You need to know the why and the how behind it. And we know how to do this best way possible. So if you want to get started, I'll tell you for free. Okay, this is free of charge. Don't tell anybody. I'll whisper it. Get started now. Now is the only time. Do you understand, guys? All right. So thank you very much. Anyways, this is where we're going to draw the curtains. Okay. Please register now. Secure your early bird discount. Don't wait till next week or next month. Okay. Or 2 weeks time. All right. Secure your position now. Okay. Then we can always still have that conversation on what career path is best suited for you, and so on and so forth. But it's been amazing having you guys on board today. All right. Having you guys on board today. Speaking for the last over 4 hours. All right. Thank you very much. I'm just going to give everybody, a chance to unmute themselves. And I want you guys to say thank you to Analytics for a wonderful session. So unmute yourself. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you to Analytics.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Analytics.
Thank you. Thank you from Ibadan.
Man, you're doing great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
And see you some other time.
Thank you.